Chapter 3585. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 8 Divine Spears. Du Qiu and his companion were fuming with anger. No matter how arrogant they pretended to be, no matter how much they looked down on Lin Ling's group, they had lost to Lin Ling's group. That was an unchangeable fact. Don't waste your breath on these clowns. Let's go. There are empty seats over there. Let's go sit there. Lin Ling said as he led the group forward. Originally, Lin Ling could have entered the private room, but the atmosphere outside was obviously better, so Lin Ling didn't plan to enter any private room. Looks like it's not just Du Qiu. Duan Wuzhan is also here and is staring at us with ill intentions. Moreover, there are many people from the Duan family and the new heavenly court here. They should also want to watch us make a fool of ourselves. Lin Ling said as he walked. Yang Yao and the others nodded. These were all old rivals of the God-Slayer Alliance. It wasn't strange for them to target them. At that moment, Lin Ling sensed an angry gaze. He quietly looked over and saw a handsome, fair-skinned man. Lin Ling didn't know this man. However, Lin Ling could sense that the man was looking at him with hostility. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw that the man seemed to be from the Snow Wind Academy. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. There were too many people who were hostile to him. It didn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. It's Lin Ling. The fair-skinned man was Kagura. When he saw Lin Ling, he was so angry that his nose trembled. This was because he was the top assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. He was known as the King of Assassins, the 19 kills expert. Therefore, when he found out that Lin Ling was in the Snow Wind Academy, he had been thinking of ways to assassinate Lin Ling and ruin Lin Ling's plans. However, in the end, not only did he not see Lin Ling fall, but he saw Lin Ling rise step by step. This was especially true when Lin Ling came back from the Holy Temple with a dazzling radiance that lasted for millions of years. At that time, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. As for Lin Ling, he, Kagura, would definitely find an opportunity to step on him and kill him. Not long after, the lively auction gradually quieted down. Because the auction had officially begun. The first to come out was an old man who was a true disciple of Miao Shen. This person was highly respected and his soul force was extremely powerful. He was the host of this event. It was the true inheritance of Miao Shen, the gathering place of boundary masters. It was said that even the Duan family, the #1 family in the world, did not dare to provoke them. Miao Di gave them a lot of face. In the end, it was because Miao Shen's true legacy included 90% of the medicinal pills, 90% of the weapons, and 90% of the grand formations. On the other hand, Miao Shen's boundary masters spent their entire lives studying weapons and rarely went out. The treasures they forged would be auctioned once every 100 years. Every time they appeared, it would cause a huge sensation in the final world. This was because if one could obtain Miao Shen's divine weapon, it would also mean that one would obtain the key to becoming an expert. In this auction, it was said that 10 divine weapons would be auctioned. Thank you for giving me face. Old he will not waste any more words. Let the auction begin. The first item to be auctioned is one of the 18 Tuo Shen bloodlines. This treasure has been in Miao Shen's warehouse for 100,000 years. 10 years ago, it was cleaned up, so it was decided to be auctioned. The old man said with a smile. Miao Shen's true legacy was not only a place of producing divine weapons, but also a place of producing treasures due to the accumulation of countless treasures. One of the 18 Tuo Shen bloodlines? Some people were puzzled. Tuo means heaviness, solidity, and perfection of virtue. The same goes for Buddha. Vast wisdom is immeasurable, achieving the great Tao of the void. These 18 Tuo Shen bloodlines are one of the bloodlines of deities. It is also the seed of an ultimate desolate body. The possessor has a 60% chance of obtaining an ultimate desolate body, one of the 18 Tuo Shen bloodlines. The old man raised his hand and a golden relic floated up. Its light illuminated the entire 9th floor. Many people were in an uproar. This was the seed of an ultimate desolate body. Brother Ling, do you want this ultimate desolate body? If you give it to you. On the 9th floor, Yu Yu immediately asked in anticipation. Lin Ling was also astonished at the power of the seed. However, after sensing it, he shook his head. This seed is useful for ordinary people, but I have checked it. Its limit is only at the 4th grade. As for the talent we want to give to you, how can it be a mere 4th grade? Furthermore, he is out training. Perhaps he will have a better harvest due to his opportunities. Upon hearing this, Yu Yu and the rest immediately nodded. They also felt that a 4th grade was too low. However, to many warriors on the 9th floor and below, this was a pretty good treasure. In the 9 prefectures, there were very few people who had an ultimate desolate body. If they obtained a seed, they would have a 60% chance of becoming an expert. And many of them had been entrusted with the task of purchasing supreme-grade treasures. Naturally, they would not miss out on this opportunity. Alright, this seed's starting price is 5 million royal crystals. The old man's voice floated out. 8 million royal crystals. 10 million. 15 million. 23 million. Finally, it was bought by an expert with 23 million royal crystals. This expert might have left it for his family or auctioned it off in the 9 prefectures. However, the price would definitely be higher than 23 million. After the first treasure was sold, the second treasure followed. Furthermore, this was the highlight of the show. One of the top 10 divine weapons. 8-division divine spear, a divine weapon forged by Master Alagaya. Its power is limitless. Ghost chi, demonic chi, fiendish chi, and murderous chi are all gathered into one. It greatly increases the user's defense and ancestral power. It also has a 1% chance of activating 10% of divine power. A 4-colored spear floated out, causing the Sky Sword Pagoda to sway a little. Everyone could sense the terrifying power of the divine spear. Their eyes instantly burned with desire. It could be said that the divine spear could instantly double the strength of an ordinary expert. It was 10 times stronger. 8-division divine spear. Duan Wuxian's eyes burned with desire. He was here for this. If he could get his hands on this spear, he would be able to go further on the stairway to heaven. For the upcoming stairway to heaven battle, he was determined to get this divine spear. Moreover, Duan Wuhan had become stronger. As one of the twin prides, if he did not become stronger, the Duan clan would laugh at him. "It's mine!" Duan Wuxian shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the long spear. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He felt that the long spear was only slightly weaker than his true inheritance, the dark sword. However, Lin Ling already had 2 divine weapons, so he did not intend to fight for it. 8-division divine spear. However, Prince Majin gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Prince Majin seemed to want the divine spear very much. And that was indeed the case. Emperor Grojin looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. "Lin Ling, I'll pay for this long spear. Can you help me get it?" "No problem. I'll definitely help you." Lin Ling had the Supreme Snow Wind token, so he had the priority to fight for the treasures. Chapter 3586. A miracle had really happened. Hearing this, Prince of Gold couldn't help but become excited. However, he wasn't good with words, so he would remember this favor in his heart. As soon as the divine spear appeared, the auction also became lively and noisy. The starting price of the divine spear had reached 1 billion in a short period of time, and it was still rising. Everyone felt that 1 billion for a divine spear was not a loss. It was even worth 10 billion. 2 billion royal crystals. I'm from the Duan family, and I used to be one of the 2 prides of the Duan family. I hope everyone will give me some face. If you fight with me, I can play with you even if it's 30 billion. Brother. At this moment, Duan Wuxian stood up and shouted in a low voice. The 9th level Heavenly Sword Pagoda instantly fell silent. They had no choice but to give the Duan family face. It was obviously not a good choice to rashly offend the ultimate world's #1 family. Moreover, there were still 9 divine weapons. The 8 divine spear would be given to the Duan family. As for the old man, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know Duan Wuxian, but he had heard of the ultimate world's #1 family, so he nodded and smiled. It seems that no one is bidding. Then the 8 divine spear will belong to the Duan family. However, before he finished speaking, a faint voice floated out. Wait, I want this 8 divine spear. You want it? The 9th level heavenly sword pagoda seemed to be earth-shattering. Following that, waves of laughter resounded like the waves of the sea. This Lin Ling was from the countryside, right? He didn't even bid, and didn't care about who came first. Did he think that the true inheritance of Miaoshen was owned by his family? Duan Wuzhan stared at Lin Ling as if he was an idiot. Lin Ling, let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this 8 divine spear since a year ago. You want it just because you say you want it? Dream on. He almost roared out the last 3 words. Perhaps he was venting his anger because his brother had been driven away. In my opinion, people like him who don't follow the rules should be driven out of here. That's right, he won't pay, but he wants it just because he wants it. That's too overbearing. Du Chou and Wu Zun also spoke up. The two of them knew that Lin Ling seemed to use a sword, so that divine spear was definitely not bought for them. And among the few of them, the one who was most likely to obtain the divine spear was none other than the Golden Son of Heaven. Therefore, they did not want the Golden Son of Heaven to obtain the 8 divine spear and become stronger. This was because they all wanted to surpass Prince Mo Jin. My friend, the godly spear has already been bought. You are still one step too late. At this moment, the old man looked indifferently at Lin Ling. He didn't know Lin Ling, but Duan Wuzhan was of the Duan clan's bloodline, so he would definitely side with the latter. What do you mean by a step late? I've already bid before Senior made his decision, so the godly spear hasn't been won yet. However, Lin Ling was expressionless and fearless as he spoke. At this moment, the old man's expression turned ugly. In any case, he was still a true disciple of Miaoshen. This mere brat actually dared to not give him face. You bid? What a joke. I've never heard you bid. Moreover, you really want the godly spear. First, you bid higher than me. 100 million each time. Do you hear me clearly? 100 million. Duan Wuzhan sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being poor. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and finally shouted, 2 billion and 1 imperial crystal. Everyone was shocked again. 1 more imperial crystal? Was this Lin Ling deliberately causing trouble? Sir, the starting price is 100 million each time. The old man was also furious. Was he playing with him? He looked coldly at Lin Ling. If you continue to cause trouble, I have the right to kick you out. Moreover, you will never be able to participate in the convention again. Everyone in the auction house couldn't help but laugh. In their opinion, Lin Ling was just playing to the gallery. However, now that he had kicked an iron plate, it was time for him to obediently bow his head and admit his mistake. What a pitiful person. Everything was fine, but he just had to embarrass himself. Perhaps he wouldn't die if he didn't ask for it. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to bid, Lin Ling said again, I've already bid. I want this godly spear. Nobody can stop me. He was still persisting? He hadn't backed down. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of being kicked out of the convention forever? There was no doubt that Lin Ling's stubbornness had shocked everyone. Even Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's boldness. However, he also stood up and said in an extremely domineering manner, Men, kick this person out. He will never be able to participate in the convention again. He thought of himself as the host of the convention. However, he believed that even if he didn't speak, the elder would speak. That was indeed the case. The old man's face had already darkened. He hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Men come, he shouted angrily. However, at that moment, a good-looking woman walked over quickly and whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man's initial anger gradually turned into shock, and finally, reverence. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. This undoubtedly puzzled everyone, especially Duan Wuzhan. However, he didn't care. In his opinion, unless a miracle happened, how could Lin Ling be safe and sound? The convention had been held for so many years. Rules were always the most important. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. This 8-part godly weapon belongs to this young friend. Finally, the old man's voice sounded. Thank you, Elder. Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but stand up. He was extremely excited. He was even prepared to hear the cheers of his friends behind him. However, his friends beside him didn't speak. Their expressions even changed greatly. This made Duan Wuzhan frown. Only then did he look at the old man. He was shocked to find that the old man wasn't pointing at him, but at Lin Ling. Not him? What the fuck? What was going on? Young friend, I was neglectful before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Now, you've won the 8-part godly spear with 2,000,001 imperial crystals. Congratulations. When the old man looked at Lin Ling, a kind smile appeared on his face. Earlier, he had been informed that Lin Ling had a Paragon's medallion, and as the dean, he had the right to seize treasures first. According to the rules, the treasure naturally belonged to Lin Ling. Moreover, those who had the supreme token were all important figures. Although the Duan family couldn't be underestimated, Duan Wuzhan couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Moreover, Duan Wuzhan couldn't represent the entire Duan family. Therefore, the old man was naturally on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He wasn't surprised by this result. However, everyone was surprised. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Duan Wuzhan was dumbfounded. Previously, he had thought that unless a miracle happened, a miracle had indeed happened. Chapter 3587. I've taken a liking to it. He had relied on the 8 divine spear. But now, all his dreams had gone down the drain. How could he accept it? Senior, I clearly bid for this divine spear first, and he only added an emperor crystal. Why does the divine spear belong to him? Duan Wuzhan roared at the old man. All right, I've decided. So, let's prepare the next treasure. Roar! However, the old man said expressionlessly. A simple sentence had directly killed Duan Wuzhan's many years of hard work, causing him to almost go crazy. Damn, old man, give me an explanation. I'm the Saint Rider of the 3 Talismans God. Did you hear me? 3 talismans, I'm one of the 2 prides of the Duan clan. Are you afraid? Sell the divine spear to me immediately, or I'll make sure you can't leave Heavensword City. Roar! Duan Wuzhan roared. This time, everyone was shocked. Duan Wuzhan actually dared to threaten the old man. He really had guts. The old man's pupils constricted, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. You know fear? Now, sell the divine spear to me. Duan Wuzhan laughed even louder when he saw the old man fall silent. However, someone beside him immediately reminded him, Brother Duan, this is the divine weapon contest. The voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing Duan Wuzhan to react. Previously, he had been so angry that his eyes had turned red and he'd lost his mind. However, he was a martial ancestor after all, so he was able to calm down very quickly. However, after calming down, he knew that things were troublesome. Damn, old man? Can't leave Heavensword City. Heavens, how could I say such a thing? Duan Wuzhan wished he could slap himself a few times. Very good, you can get lost. You'll never be able to step into the divine weapon contest. At this time, the old man finally spoke, his tone cold and emotionless. Never being able to step into the divine weapon contest was an extremely heavy punishment. No, senior, give me a chance. I was anxious before, so I spoke carelessly. Duan Wuzhan immediately shouted anxiously, and even knelt down and kowtowed. However, there was an expert who took him away forcefully. Lin Ling, you've done this to me. Before Duan Wuzhan was driven away, he glared at Lin Ling with resentment. His younger brother had been forced out of the Heavensword City by Lin Ling, and he was the same. How could he swallow this anger? Moreover, the Duan clan was currently waiting for his good news. In the end, he returned empty-handed and would never be able to enter the divine artifact competition. How would he be able to face others when he returned? A pitiful person must have a pitiful side. Lin Ling just shrugged his shoulders, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. The people in the auction hall suddenly started whispering. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would receive such good treatment. It was too enviable. As for Du Cho, Wu Zun, Kagura, and the others, they were coldly glaring at Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling reap the benefits. they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. This was especially true for Du Qiu and Wu Zun. They were the most furious because the spear belonged to Prince Emojin. This meant that they wouldn't be able to take revenge in the near future. And this was all because of Lin Ling. The two exchanged glances with one another. They had already decided that if they had the chance, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Young Master Yao Yu and the others bid for the treasures they were interested in. Throughout the process, no one competed with them, as the treasures weren't anything special. Furthermore, more and more divine artifacts were auctioned off. However, Lin Ling and the others were not interested in any of the treasures, so they did not bid for them. Until a great treasure was taken out. The godly treasure known as the Underworld Key, a pill refined from countless life fragments. The 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, a godly pill left behind from the era of the gods. It is the true inheritance of Miaoshen, and no one has been able to refine it until now due to the limited materials available. This pill has the effect of curing all kinds of poisons, and can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%. Even if one dies after failing to break through, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Therefore, it is also known as the Underworld Key, meaning that after entering the underworld, one can return with the key. The old man's voice echoed, followed by a pill that slowly rose into the air. The pill had gathered the 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, which contained countless life fragments. The moment it appeared, the crowd held their breaths. Apart from the divine artifacts, it was most likely the most valuable treasure in the auction. Curing all kinds of poisons. Increasing the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%. Even if one dies, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Wasn't this a godly pill that could reverse the situation? The starting price is 10 billion monarch crystals, and each increment is 1 billion monarch crystals. 12 billion monarch crystals. The Marquis Mansion will be taking this godly pill for 15 billion monarch crystals. The price of the godly pill skyrocketed as soon as it appeared. Damn it, a heavenly stairway expert on the god ranking, ranked 210th, 18 billion monarch crystals, who dares to compete with me? It was as if the entire auction had gone crazy. Many experts on the 8th floor were enraged. Although they had countless monarch crystals, they were not qualified to compete with the others, as they were on the 8th floor. Curing all kinds of poisons. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Du Qiu's eyes were burning with passion. He had come here today for the godly pill. Because he was severely injured when he entered the ethereal tower, he needed the godly pill to cure his injuries. Moreover, he could use the godly pill to raise his talent by another grade. Therefore, he was determined to get it. If anyone dared to compete with him, he might even kill them. Du Qiu of the New Heavenly Court, 20 billion monarch crystals. Whoever dares to compete with me will be going against Wenyan Martial God. Wenyan Martial God has his eyes on this godly pill. Du Qiu said in a cold voice. His aura that seemed to come from the netherworld spread across the entire 9th floor. As soon as his words fell, the 9th floor fell into silence, and the experts' faces changed drastically. Wenyan Martial God? He had his eyes on this godly pill, and he wanted it by name. This time, no one dared to speak, and there was only endless regret on their faces. Seeing this, Du Qiu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The martial god's reputation was indeed powerful. Suddenly, he looked at Fuming Gold Emperor and smiled disdainfully. Sirs, this godly pill belongs to me. If you're not convinced, you can try bidding for it. Saying this, his face was filled with pride. Putting aside Wendian martial god's reputation, the 20 billion monarch crystals were enough for Lin Ling and the others to swallow their pride. Come and compete with me. Having this thought, Du Qiu glanced at Lin Ling provocatively. Since Brother Du Qiu has spoken, I'm interested in this godly pill. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Besides, the godly pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling would not miss out on this opportunity. However, the crowd was startled hearing his words. Du Qiu was startled too. You're interested in it? That's right, I'm interested in it, so it's mine. Lin Ling nodded. Du Qiu's eyes glittered. You're not bidding for it? No need. Lin Ling nodded once again. Ha. Chapter 3588. The Consequence of Talking Too Much. Previously, Lin Ling had at least paid a price for Duan Wuzhan's treasure. Now, he was snatching his own treasure without paying a single cent. Was he dreaming? Did he want to buy a divine pill without paying a single cent? It was possible for him to buy a strand of hair. The Millennium Chronicles pill belongs to this young friend. However, before Du Qiu could finish laughing, the old man's voice rang out. Du Qiu was dumbfounded. Of course, he was not the only one. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had snatched a divine artifact first. That was one thing, but now he was getting a divine pill without paying a single cent? Was this a joke? Only the old man had a solemn expression because not long ago, someone had reminded him that if a young man with a supreme token wanted to buy anything, then Heaven Sword City would pay for it. Since Heaven Sword City was the host of this auction, then God Miao's true inheritance would naturally give them some face. In addition, the young man's background was not small. He was equivalent to the dean's identity, so the Heaven Sword City would give him even more face. Alright, the next treasure is the 4 Symbols Poison Battleaxe. It's one of the 10 great divine artifacts. The old man put away his thoughts and said again. The auction house gradually quieted down. Many people secretly stared at Lin Ling. Their gazes gradually turned from mockery to seriousness. The auction house had already given Lin Ling face twice. This meant that Lin Ling was not simple. Ah, my divine pill. Du Qiu was stunned. He wanted to ask the old man, but he was afraid of ending up like Duan Wuzhan, so he slapped himself crazily. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp. Damn it, I told you to talk too much, I told you to talk too much. Slap. His face was swollen. If you don't talk too much, this divine pill will be mine. Slap. One of his teeth fell out. My divine pill, my divine pill. Du Qiu was dying. Because of his big mouth, his purpose of coming here today was gone. That was because he was here for the divine pill. The other treasures were useless to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling would at most use the divine pill to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, if he obtained the divine pill, not only could he detoxify the poison, he could also upgrade his ultimate desolate body by 1 grade. First, it was known that the upgrade of the desolate ultimate desolate body was harder than one's desolate realm. When he thought of this, Du's heart was bleeding. How pitiful! After Duan Wuzhan, Lin Ling's desolate. Someone looked at Du Qiu helplessly and said inwardly, perhaps this is the consequence of talking too much. In fact, that was indeed. That was because Duan Wuzhan and Lin Ling had a feud. Lin Ling would definitely snatch his treasures. As for Du Qiu, although Lin Ling did not like him, Du Qiu's arrogant provocation caused Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. Of course, if there was a treasure that caught his eye, even if the other party did not provoke him, Lin Ling would still take the initiative to attack. And in the auction, many people noticed Lin Ling's uniqueness. No one dared to offend Lin Ling. Even when they were interested in treasures, they would look at Lin Ling before bidding. Only when they saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude did they heave a sigh of relief. Although Lin Ling was arrogant and despicable, at least Lin Ling did not take all the divine artifacts for himself. This made them very happy. How could they know that Lin Ling could only buy 3 free treasures? Naturally, he would only buy the treasures that caught his eye. The treasure was not valuable, but it was suitable for him. Ominous heart, the heart of the weeping demon. If this person is from the final world, I think most people have heard of this name. Of course, I will also explain it here. The weeping demon was a great demon of the final world. He was once invited by the 9 states' 10 ferocious demon sects, but he was an expert who refused to join the great demon sects. He was the only person in the final world who was killed by a god because he was also the first person who dared to be cruel and ruthless in the final world and killed countless people. This person's strength was monstrous and ferocious. After he died, his heart was left behind and was taken away by Miao Xin's true inheritance. Originally, he wanted to refine it into a treasure, But in the end, no one wanted to refine it, so this treasure was taken out for auction. The old man's voice kept drifting out. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. A demon who was killed by a god was really terrifying. The starting price is 5 billion royal crystals. Each bid is 500 million, 6 billion, 7 billion. In a short period of time, a large number of voices were heard. However, Wu Zun frowned and stared at the ominous heart. Wu Zun, are you still not going to make a move? Du Chou, who was standing beside him, asked indifferently. He could see that Wu Zun seemed to have taken a fancy to the ominous heart because Wu Zun cultivated the Arhat divine body. He still lacked the ominous Arhat's heart. I want to make a move, but I'm afraid. Wu Zun frowned. You're afraid that Lin Ling will come and make trouble again? Speaking of Lin Ling, Du Chao's face was filled with anger. He snatched a treasure and got another one for free. Is he going to get a third one for free? You're right. Wu Zun's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling's solemn expression, which made him excited. Is Lin Ling really not going to get a third one for free? That's great, the ominous heart is mine. 10 billion royal crystals. Wu Zun's outspoken bid caused an uproar in the auction house. Although the ominous heart was an extremely rare item, it was useless to most people. Hence, 10 billion royal crystals was obviously a huge price to pay. From this, one could see how much Wu Zun valued the ominous heart. However, after making the bid, Wu Zun did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He was afraid that he would provoke Lin Ling. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that the ominous heart was going to belong to Wu Zun. This made Wu Zun almost roar to the sky. He was so excited that his eyes were wet. I'll take this ominous heart for 1 royal crystal. However, his excitement was immediately met with cold water because Lin Ling had already made a bid. Of course, he was not targeting Wu Zun. The main thing was that the ominous heart would be of great help to Lin Ling. It had a strong ominous aura and was very suitable for the realm-swallowing beast. Wu Zun was stunned. His heart exploded as if endless thunder had struck his brain. He roared, Lin Ling, you're doing this on purpose? Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling was purposely giving him a hard time. His words stunned Lin Ling. However, he smiled faintly, so what if I'm doing it on purpose? You want to bite me? If you don't like it, then come at me. Looking at the arrogant Lin Ling, Wu Zun was so angry that he ground his teeth and swallowed them into his stomach. This was because he was the same as Du Chou. He came to the auction because he wanted a treasure and was determined to get it. However, in the end, it was snatched away. This meant that this auction had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he would have to wait for the auction in 100 years. Therefore, how could he not be angry? Most importantly, Lin Ling did it on purpose. He even said arrogantly, if you don't like it, then come and bite me. If the auction house could bite, then Wu Zun would have bitten him. Ha, great. Young Beast Master and Imogen Z exchanged glances. They were extremely happy. Chapter 3589. The treasure of the auction, Moonlight Godly Water. Many people had also noticed this and were secretly relieved that they were lucky that they were not the enemy of that young man. They were even looking forward to the appearance of a fourth unlucky person. As for Lin Ling, he helplessly shook his head. In truth, he only had 2 precious chances left. So, he couldn't waste a chance because of his grudge. The reason he bought Ominous Heart was because Lin Ling really needed it. So, this Wu Zun was really unlucky. He just happened to encounter a treasure that caught his eye. The auction continued. The 10 great divine weapons finally had their owners. However, everyone's eyes were focused because the auction was coming to an end. It was time for the real treasure of the auction. The old man's face turned serious. He raised his hands and a jade bottle floated out from behind him. The jade bottle was sparkling and mysterious, as if it contained some kind of divine treasure. Moonlight Godly Water, this is the treasure of God Miao's true inheritance. Basically, every world spiritist who has reached the level of world spiritist has used it. It comes from the Moonlight Godly tree and only drips a drop every 10,000 years. However, in these years, no one from God Miao's true inheritance has advanced to the level of world spiritist. Thus, there is a lot of moonlight godly water. Today, I will take out a bottle to auction. Since everyone is unfamiliar with the effects of moonlight godly water, let me explain. This godly water can provide powerful soul power. As for how much it can increase, it depends on each person's luck and comprehension. The higher the soul power, the greater the increase. The starting price is 50 billion Emperor crystals. Each bid is 10 billion. As the old man's voice faded, the auction house became silent. The jade bottle quietly opened and a ray of moonlight shot out from it. It was extremely magical. But countless people were moved. Although the world valued talent the most, soul power was a mysterious thing. Having it was better than not having it. Most importantly, soul power was very difficult to increase. Thus, to some world spiritists and alchemists, moonlight godly water was priceless. Moreover, although soul power seemed useless, according to the ancient records of the era of gods, those with powerful soul power could predict the future. They could innately sense the arrival of danger. Although this saying was not confirmed, it was undeniable that soul power was indeed a good thing and suitable for everyone. In an instant, many people's eyes were burning as if the jade bottle was theirs. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, not to mention anything else, just 50 billion monarch crystals wasn't something that just anyone could take out. 60 billion. However, there were still people who bid. 80 billion. 100 billion. 150 billion. The price slowly rose and finally reached 150 billion, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. For a moment, no one dared to bid. When the crowd looked carefully, they discovered that the bidder this time was actually a white-faced man. This caused many people to be astonished. That guy who looked as handsome as jade actually had so many imperial crystals? That's not right. They're working together. Suddenly, someone noticed something. It turned out that the pale-faced man, Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the others' emperor crystals had joined hands. No wonder it was like this. That white-faced man is called Kagura. He is an expert from the Snow Wind Academy. He is stronger than Du Chou and the others. Someone recognized the white-faced man. At this moment, the white-faced man faintly smiled as he looked at the crowd. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I am Kagura. The main reason I bought this moonlight sacred water was because someone asked me to. And that person's background isn't small. He is the Dean of Sky Travel Academy." His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. After all, in the final world, the deans of the 36 academies had a high status. Their status in the final world was higher than the 10 martial gods. The reason for this was very simple. Because the deans worked for the gods and the 10 martial gods worked for themselves. Moreover, the deans were very close to God Miao's true disciples. They had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, if a dean wanted the moonlight godly water, who would dare to compete with him? Sky Travel Academy. This academy seems to be very good at boundary spirit talismans. No wonder the dean wants the moonlight godly water. However, as a dean, he wants someone else to buy the treasure he wants. This is a bit shameless. Yeah. Moreover, he doesn't want people from his own academy to buy it. He wants people from other academies to buy it. Is he afraid of bringing shame to his own academy? I think so. Alas, since the dean has come forward, who would dare to compete with them? The dean is a big shot with the same status as the city lord. Many people sighed. Although they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. So much nonsense. Now, who dares to compete with me? Kagura looked at everyone with contempt. In fact, she only knew the Sky Travel Academy's dean after the event. She also knew that the dean was once a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Therefore, in the Sky Travel Academy, as long as one was a member of the Flying Dragon organization, they would be given priority. Unfortunately, Kagura found out too late. Otherwise, she would have joined the Sky Travel Academy instead of the Snow Wind Academy. Now that the Sky Travel Academy's dean asked her to do something, she would definitely do it well. As for the auction hall, it was completely silent. No one dared to compete with the dean. Even the Duke did not dare to. Seeing the silence, Kagura shook her head in contempt. Her heart was indescribably carefree. It had been a long time since she encountered such a shocking scene. Her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't you have special privileges? Aren't you very fierce? What? You dare to compete with me? Everyone's gaze immediately followed, and then many people shook their heads. Although many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to have some special privileges, the person who came forward this time was the dean. Lin Ling's special privileges were obviously useless in front of the dean. Unless the dean of the Snow Wind Academy came, he would still have some qualifications. After all, only the other deans could go against the dean. Of course, they also hoped that Lin Ling would be able to do well, because they looked down on the Sky Travel Academy's dean's action of letting others buy things for him. He wouldn't dare. He definitely wouldn't dare. Lin Ling, admit defeat. Do you still think you're the Heavenly King? Du Cho and Wu Zun suddenly roared. It turned out that they already knew about this, so they lent money to Kagura. They even specifically instructed Kagura to ruthlessly suppress Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. This undoubtedly made Du Cho and the rest laugh even more happily. If Duan Wuzhan was here, he would probably be the same, because Lin Ling was finally trampled under their feet. Admitting defeat just like that, what a piece of trash, coward, coward. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, Kagura was also extremely happy. Chapter 3590. Not qualified. It was as if Kagura had vented half of all the grievances and depression she had suffered in the Holy Palace. Moreover, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. Why are you all so worked up? I shook my head, but that doesn't mean I've given up. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Oh, you mean you're going to bid against us? Was he planning to go against the Skyconduct Dean? What a joke. What right do you have? Kagura was taken aback. She retracted her smile and shouted sarcastically. Bid? What a joke. I Lin Ling need to bid. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. Dean Skyconduct, if he came personally, then he has the status and qualifications to fight with me. But you? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified. With that, he looked at the auctioneer and calmly said, Senior, I want this moonlight godly water. It's my turn again? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had heard this sentence many times. And an emperor crystal. However, before they could recover from their shock, Lin Ling spoke again. An imperial crystal? Moonlight divine water, which was worth 15 trillion royal crystals, was being sold for one piece? Without any suspense, Lin Ling's words were earth-shattering, shaking the heavenly sword pagoda so much that it began to sway. Many people thought that Lin Ling's arrogance was boundless. This caused Kagura, Du Cho, and the others' jaws to drop. Previously, Lin Ling had prioritized snatching treasures, and then he used one emperor crystal to buy 2 more treasures. Most importantly, these 2 treasures were snatched from Du Cho and Wu Zun's hands. Now, the moonlight godly water was a priceless treasure that was worth 15 trillion monarch crystals. Most importantly, it was a treasure that Dean Skyconduct had his eyes on. Lin Ling still wanted to snatch it? Dream on. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The entire auction house was silent. Many people were looking at Lin Ling. Most of them did not believe what they had heard this time either. Even the old man frowned. He wanted to buy the moonlight divine water with 1 imperial crystal? Wasn't that an insult to the Miao God's true inheritance? Furthermore, this was a treasure that the Sky Conduct Academy's dean had specifically asked for. Although he didn't know the dean, he still had to give him face. However, he suddenly thought of the Snow Wind Supreme token. It seemed that seeing the dean was the same as seeing the dean. This meant that unless Dean Skyconduct came in person, Kagura's status wouldn't be as high as Lin Ling's by relying on her mouth. After all, Lin Ling held the Supreme Snow Wind token, which represented the dean's arrival. Furthermore, he thought of what the servant girl had said to him before. Lin Ling had the Snow Wind Supreme token and could buy treasures for free 3 times. All the prices were paid by the Heaven Sword City Lord. The Heaven Sword City was ranked in the top 10 among the 36 main cities. It was more than 10 times stronger than the other city lords. Other city lords couldn't take out 100 billion imperial crystals, but to the Heaven Sword City lord, this wasn't a big deal at all. Moreover, rumor had it that when the Heaven Sword City lord was still a student of the academy, he had found a secret realm and obtained a large number of treasures. Among them were countless imperial crystals. While he was thinking, Kagura sneered, "Lin Ling, you want to buy the Moonlight Divine Water with 1 imperial crystal? Let me tell you, it's impossible." With that, he looked at the old man and said politely, "Senior, give me the Moonlight Divine Water. I have the Sky Conduct Academy's verbal instructions." His voice interrupted the old man's thoughts, and he immediately walked out with the Moonlight Divine Water. Ha! Seeing this, Kagura was overjoyed and made a gesture with both hands. However, the old man suddenly changed direction halfway and looked at Lin Ling. Then he raised his hands, and the jade bottle containing the Moonlight Divine Water floated towards Lin Ling. This time, Kagura was dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes to see if she was seeing things. Everyone in the auction house was the same. They were all rubbing their eyes. A single piece of royal crystal could really buy a treasure in a treasure chest. Moreover, he was snatching it from the academy head's hands. Am I fucking dreaming? Kagura was stunned for a long time before she finally spoke in disbelief. I declare that the Moonlight Divine Water belongs to that person. As if he knew that Kagura was in disbelief, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "Wow, one can really buy a treasure with 1 imperial crystal. That's amazing. If that's the case, then Lin Ling's reputation is even greater than the dean's." Tisk, it seems that there is indeed a 4th unlucky person. That Kagura is that person. Now it seems that Duan Wujan, Du Cho, Wu Zun, and Kagura all returned empty-handed. Shocked voices instantly resounded throughout the auction house. Everyone's mouths were wide open. If Lin Ling had snatched someone's treasure once, it would still be acceptable. However, he had done it 4 times in a row. It was impossible not to be surprised. Moreover, the people who had been robbed were all students of the academy. Could it be that those students had a grudge against Lin Ling? Unfortunately, no one knew that the 4 people who had been robbed did indeed have a grudge against Lin Ling. "Senior, did you give the Moonlight Divine Water to the wrong person? This Moonlight Divine Water has been reserved, and the owner is the Academy head of Sky Travel." At some point, Kagura was deceiving herself that this was a misunderstanding. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never believe that the Academy head's name was inferior to Lin Ling's. "Senior, the Academy heads of the 36 academies are all extraordinary. It's not good to offend anyone." Kagura's words were even more threatening. "I've already said that the Moonlight Divine Water belongs to that sire." The old man indifferently glanced at Kagura, then pointed at Lin Ling on the 9th floor. How could he not know the meaning behind Kagura's words? However, everything was as he thought. If the Academy head of Sky Travel was here, he would give him face. However, if it was just a verbal order, then it definitely couldn't be compared to Lin Ling in person. He believed that if it was anyone else who was a true disciple of Miao Shen, they would make the same choice as him. "Little friend, I know that you're unwilling, but our auction house has already made a decision. Of course, I can also tell you that if the Academy head of Sky Travel was here, we would definitely give the Moonlight Divine Water to him." The old man said again, "If that's the case, then why don't you give the Moonlight Divine Water to me now?" Kagura was getting more and more anxious. This was an important matter that the Academy head of Sky Travel had entrusted to her. If she didn't do it well, the Academy head would be disappointed in her. She didn't want to see that happen. "I've already said that if the Academy head is here, then it's still possible. However, if it's you, you're not qualified." The old man didn't care about Kagura's attitude, but he still said indifferently, "Not qualified?" Kagura's mouth was wide open. She was fuming with anger. "I'm not qualified? I have the Academy head of Sky Travel's verbal order, and I'm a top expert of the 3rd hall. I can't compare to a mere Lin Ling? So that's how it is." Chapter 3591. Refining Treasures. For a moment, They felt that Lin Ling was shrouded in layers of mystery. Alright, this auction is over. Thank you for your kindness. God Miao's true disciple thanks everyone. We'll meet again in 100 years. Ignoring everyone's confusion, the old man smiled and looked at everyone. Alright, thank you, senior. Everyone stood up. They were extremely happy because they had also obtained a lot of treasures in this auction. Of course, if there was an exception, it would be Kagura and the other two. Not only had they returned empty-handed, but they had also become the butt of everyone's jokes. Kagura's eyes were red as she strode away, shouting at Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, you've got guts. I'll remember this. Furthermore, you dared to steal the Skyconduct Academy's treasures. Just wait for the Skyconduct Academy's anger." Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He really didn't know Kagura, but she seemed to have a lot of opinions about him. Since that was the case, he would just play with her. "I'll be waiting," Lin Ling replied without backing down. Then he left with young Master Yao and the others. This Lin Ling is really crazy. He even dared to provoke the academy head. Today's divine weapon auction was completely dominated by him. Hee, how interesting. As expected of the person who broke the divine tower's record. Everyone left one after another, but they were still whispering. At the bottom of the Sky Sword Tower, several figures were quietly waiting there. Their eyes were red, as if they were looking for their father's murderer. The person in the lead was Duan Wuzhan. He had been kicked out of the auction. How could he let such a shameful thing go so easily? Therefore, he was waiting for Lin Ling to come out. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. While waiting for Lin Ling, he overheard the conversations of the people around him and learned that Du Chou and the others had also suffered a great loss. Damn it, it seems that not only me, but even Du Chou and the others have suffered a loss. Moreover, these people seem to be Lin Ling's enemies. This Lin Ling is really ruthless to his enemies. Duan Wuzhan sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the news. Brother Wuzhan, this Lin Ling is only in the Saint Realm. No matter how strong he is not a match for us on the divine list. I am not afraid of him, but I am afraid of breaking the rules. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky collapses, I'll hold it up. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Brother Wuzhan's words are enough. Wait a moment, I'll be the first to teach him a lesson. Not long after, a platform slowly floated down from the sky like a lotus leaf. On top of it was Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were in a good mood, chatting and laughing. When Duan Wuzhan saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Get ready. Although Duan Wuzhan did not dare to kill Lin Ling in Heaven Sword City, crippling Lin Ling was not a big mistake. Lin Ling, you are very strong, and I admire you very much. However, I like to attack people with ability the most, and you are one of them. Go. Go! When the platform finally landed on the ground, Duan Wuzhan shouted domineeringly and led the others toward Lin Ling. Excitement appeared on their faces instantly. Even their blood was boiling at this moment. However, when they were about to approach the platform, more people appeared on the side of the platform. They were actually the guards of Heaven Sword City. Young Master Lin, right? The city lord has been waiting for a long time. When he heard that the auction was over, he asked us to welcome young Master Lin as a host. Go! In that case, please lead the way. Lin Ling immediately followed the guards. Not far away, Duan Wuzhan stopped abruptly. He was dumbfounded, and then his forehead was full of cold sweat. The guards? If he had attacked before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, he had provoked the city lord's mansion. If the city lord was furious and killed him, the Duan clan would not provoke the city lord of Heaven Sword City for him. My grandfather, that Lin Ling actually asked the guards to come personally? Fortunately, we did not attack. Otherwise, even if we did not die, we would have lost a layer of skin. Brother Wuzhan, are you trying to harm us? This Lin Ling is so close to the city lord. If you attack him here, isn't that slapping the city lord's face? Looks like our beautiful dream is going to turn into a daydream. The people behind Duan Wuzhan said one by one. as if they had just survived a disaster. Bang! Duan Wuzhan's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and his face was full of veins. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Ling, despicable, despicable." He had been driven out of the auction and thought that he could wash away the humiliation, but who knew that he could only watch Lin Ling leave safely in the end, and he could not do anything. And this feeling was the most irritating. It was as if a breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not go up, nor could he go down. In fact, there were a few people who had the same thoughts as him. Not far away, Du Qiu, Wu Zun, Kagura, and the others were trembling with anger. They also wanted to find trouble with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had been taken away by the city lord, and their wishful thinking had all been for naught. They even thought that Lin Ling had done it on purpose, and that after humiliating them, he had swaggered away in front of them. However, they had wronged Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not know about all of this, and he had gone to the city lord's mansion as a guest. This was because the city lord of the Sky Sword City had asked Song Chiri of the Snow Wind City. After knowing everything, he paid more attention to Lin Ling. Not only did he pay for all the royal crystals that Lin Ling needed to buy the treasures, but he also called Lin Ling a brother. After all, he was also a member of the Snow Wind Academy, and he knew what the Snow Wind Supreme token represented. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Song Chiri, so through the conversation, he could vaguely feel that Song Chiri respected Lin Ling very much. This meant that Lin Ling's backer was even more terrifying than Song Chiri. That night, Lin Ling also stayed in the city lord's mansion and divided the treasures. At present, everyone had obtained treasures, so they were in a very good mood and wanted to refine those treasures. Lin Ling had obtained 3 treasures. 1. The Millennium Chronicles pill. 2. The Heart of Evil. 3. The Moonlight Sacred Water. Among these 3 treasures, the Moonlight Sacred Water was indeed the most precious treasure, as it could increase one's soul strength. If Lin Ling's soul strength increased, not only would the power of the Order of Wisdom increase, but even the talent fusion transformation would also increase its power. As for the Millennium Chronicles pill, Lin Ling had placed great importance on it. This was because he was now at the 10th stage of the Sage Realm, and he was only 1 stage away from breaking through. Therefore, he had to prepare the treasures to break through in advance. After all, as a former martial ancestor, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the martial ancestor realm. It could even be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Even if Lin Ling were to recultivate, he was not 100% confident that he could break through successfully. Now that he had the divine pill, his chances of breaking through had increased by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%, as it could save a life at a critical moment. Chapter 3592. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 17,000 steps. I'll swallow this pill first. One day in the future, this pill will definitely take effect. If I fail to break through, then I can only say that I have bad luck. Lin Ling took out the 1,000 Years History pill and looked at it carefully. He found that there were many mysterious runes on the surface of the pill, and they were constantly changing. Then he swallowed the pill as well. Soon, a strange feeling rose in his dantian, but when Lin Ling wanted to examine it carefully, the feeling disappeared. Then, Lin Ling took out the second treasure, the evil heart, and looked at it carefully. The evil heart was actually a heart, and it was stored in a crystal box. But the strange thing was that the heart continued to beat as if it was still alive. What a strong evil chi! However, the evil chi hidden in Lin Ling's body was not much weaker than the evil heart, so he could feel the evil chi within the evil chi. The evil chi is monstrous. Such a treasure is rarely seen in 100 years. I hope it can improve my world-swallowing beast talent again. Then Lin Ling smiled. His world-swallowing beast was famous for its evil chi. It was immortal. Other than swallowing its own kind, if it wanted to improve, it had to rely on its evil chi. This was also the reason why Lin Ling bought Ominous Heart. Lin Ling's body was surrounded by endless black sludge. It wrapped around the crystal box, crushed the box, and wrapped the evil heart. Rumble! The moment the evil heart rushed out of the crystal box, an ancient and strong majestic aura spread out. It was like a big demon from the era of the gods. However, before this big demon could do anything, it was immediately swallowed by the world-swallowing beast. And within the world-swallowing beast, the evil heart was constantly being refined. Looking at the room again, Lin Ling had disappeared. The whole room was filled with black sludge, which gave people a very scary feeling. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying and ominous aura spread out. Then, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the endless mud. It was as if they could see through the universe as they looked indifferently in front of them. If someone was here and met those eyes, their martial heart would definitely crumble. The reason for all this was because the ferocious aura in that pair of eyes was too terrifying and too dense. Chaos Eye? At the same time, a puzzled voice floated out from the mud. Last time, in the world inside the mirror, I came to the tomb of the vicious creature. I used the vicious aura to revive. The world-swallowing beast seemed to have become true chaos. This time, the Eye of Chaos was born. It seems that the final body of the realm-swallowing beast must be chaos. The Eye of Chaos is really powerful. It has only just opened its eyes, but it can actually use its ferocious aura to affect the martial heart of others. I wonder how powerful it will be if it becomes the real chaos. After a long time, the sludge began to flow like water and gradually turned into a man whose entire body was pitch black. Moreover, the pitch black color was constantly disappearing, and in the end, it turned into Lin Ling. The realm-swallowing beast's talent has reached level 3. Its immortality and indestructibility are even more powerful. Even its defense and devouring power have greatly increased. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Finally, he grinned. With the ferocious aura, his strength had increased a lot this time. Moonlight Divine Water. After that, a jade bottle appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He gently opened it, and suddenly, bright moonlight shot out from the bottle. The previously pitch-black room instantly became somewhat holy and pure. What a mysterious power! Lin Ling held the bottle with both hands and let the moonlight cover his body. He also closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. The pure white moonlight covered Lin Ling's body, making him suddenly become extremely holy. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a dark demonic creature. Now, he was as white as a god. The two huge differences were like the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, the transparent liquid in the emerald jade bottle was also slowly decreasing. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it was increasing crazily. 14,000 steps, 15,000 steps, 16,000 steps, 17,000 steps. At the same time, in the sky of the final world, the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless experts frowned. To be able to change the sky of the final world, this was definitely a powerful force. However, there were also countless experts in the final world. So, they used all kinds of methods to investigate, but to no avail. On the contrary, some of the top experts in the martial god realm changed their expressions. This was because only they could sense that this was a majestic soul power. To be able to change the sky with just soul power, what kind of limit had this soul power reached? Could it be that Miao Xin's true inheritance has given birth to a golden mark boundary god? Some experts in the martial god realm mumbled to themselves. Golden mark was a symbol. It was as if it represented the same age as the sun and the moon. It was a higher level than a boundary god and only appeared in the era of the gods. This was because the saying of golden mark came from the era of the gods. Mark was a saying that surpassed robe. Perhaps, a dead god has been resurrected. Some experts in the martial god realm said solemnly. Although there were only 4 great gods now, no one dared to look down on the gods of the era of the gods. Those who were in the divine realm could use the sealing method to resurrect and return to the land of the 9 prefectures. It seems that as more and more world wills awaken, many of the gods of the past have been resurrected. More experts said solemnly. No one knew that the power that caused the sky to change wasn't from the gods, but from Lin Ling's soul power. At this moment, in a room in the Heaven Sword City, the moonlight gradually disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, as if a sleeping lion had awakened. If someone was here and looked into Lin Ling's eyes, that gaze was enough to scare them to death. But soon, that pair of eyes disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling smiled. The moonlight divine water is really extraordinary. It actually increased my soul power by 3,000 levels. You must know that 10,000 levels of soul power is a dividing line. Currently, I have 17,000 levels of soul power, just 3,000 more levels to reach 20,000. When I reach 20,000 levels, I wonder what kind of power I will have. Without a doubt, with the help of the treasures in the auction, Lin Ling's strength had not only increased, but also strengthened his foundation. Soon after, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. He was one step closer to entering the martial ancestor realm. This made Lin Ling look forward to it. But at this time, a voice transmission arrived. Lin Ling, Wind Snow Academy has decided to let you participate in the Blackstone Empire's mission and kill 10 different species people. After completing the mission, you will become the number 1 of the 3 divine halls. Your friends Yu, Shen Yuanga, Young Master Yao, and Ma Jintianzi will enter Wind Snow Academy. The voice came from the vice principal, which was also the mission assigned by Wind Snow Academy. Chapter 3593. Watch the Sword. Lin Ling, congratulations. This mission is jointly participated by the 10 great academies, and it's extremely simple. You just have to go through the motions. The vice principal's voice sounded out again. Thank you, vice principal. Lin Ling hurriedly thanked him. This mission not only meant that Lin Ling had become the number 1 in the Divine 3 Hall, it also meant that young Master Yao and the others had successfully transferred to another academy. And this was also the request that Lin Ling had made not long ago. Unknowingly, the sky turned white, and the night quietly retreated. Lin Ling walked over to the window and pushed it open. A wisp of fragrant air immediately assaulted his face. The morning air was very clean and comfortable. Looking into the distance, one could see even further than usual. Furthermore, it was just early in the morning, so the Heaven Sword City was still somewhat quiet. This kind of atmosphere was rare, and Lin Ling also enjoyed it a little. Looking at the quiet streets and the bright sky of the early morning sun, Lin Ling suddenly thought of his previous life. At that time, he was still studying and working hard for his future. Unfortunately, his results could only be considered average, so in the future, he should also be a very ordinary existence. Then, according to the life of an ordinary person, he would get married, have 1 or 2 cute children, work hard for his family, and watch his children slowly grow up. At that time, his hair would be white, and he would slowly grow old while holding his wife's hand. This was also the path of life that mortals could never change. But now, everything had changed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited smile. Yes, everything had changed. He was not a mortal, and he would not grow old. He had his own wife and children, his own country, his own sect, and everything else. He had even more hope of becoming a god. At this moment, the urge to become stronger in Lin Ling's heart suddenly became stronger. After standing quietly for a moment, not long after, Yu and the others also woke up, so Lin Ling also went to welcome them. In front of the entrance of the city lord's mansion, everyone was standing there with happy smiles on their faces. Among them, young Master Yao, Ma Jintianzi, Yu and the others were all like this. It was obvious that their strength had increased greatly during this period of cultivation. This was especially true for young Master Yao and Ma Jintianzi, who had obtained divine artifacts. They were the most excited. This time, they planned to break through the divine ranking's celestial stairway and become stronger experts. Lin Ling, with your strength, you should be able to enter the stairway to heaven. At the thought of this, young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling and said, Divine list? It was not the first time Lin Ling had heard of it, but he was not very familiar with the God list. Yes, the God ranking stairway to heaven is another path that allows you to meet the gods. According to legend, if you reach the peak of the stairway to heaven, you can meet the gods and even become a trial taker of the God ranking. Young Demon Lord explained. A trial taker of the gods. In the future, he will become the strongest person under the gods. He will also be the strongest warrior under the gods. However, it is very difficult to become a trial taker. Only the strongest warriors that appear once in a million years are qualified to become a trial taker. The other way to become a trial taker is to enter the celestial stairway. The celestial stairway will have a ranking every 100 years. The first person can also become a trial taker. It is so difficult to become a trial taker of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was already a trial taker of the gods. However, he had never thought that others would have to go through so many hardships in order to become a trial taker of the gods. This is a secret. Not many people know about it. This is because my family knew the first person 100 years ago. That is why I know this secret. Young Master Yao smiled and said, "Of course, even if you can't become a trial taker of the gods, you can still know your strength through the stairway to heaven on the divine list. You can also broaden your horizons and see what the experts of the final world are like. The stairway to heaven is very valuable. If you can make it to the top 100, I believe that forces like the Flying Dragon organization will not be a match for you. Moreover, if you make it to the top, you can also become a sacred knight of the gods. This is a very honorable identity. In the 9 states, even the 9 states' celestial emperors have to give you face." Young Master Yao continued to speak. Lin Ling was also interested in the divine list. After all, warriors could not build a car behind closed doors. Only by coming into contact with a wider world would they be able to go further. He guessed that the former Luli Empress and martial god Wen Tian must have walked on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely not miss out on it. The stairway to heaven on the divine list has recorded 500 experts. With Brother Lin's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the divine list. At this moment, a smile suddenly sounded out. A refined middle-aged man walked out of the mansion's door. It was the city lord of Heaven Sword City. Lin Ling and the others immediately greeted him politely. The city lord of Heaven Sword City was an expert. His strength was even stronger than the Flying Dragon organization and Fu Hang Manor. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others gave him face. "I am the city lord of Heaven Sword City. I specialize in swords. I see that Brother Lin is carrying a lot of swords. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, I can take a look at those swords for you." At this moment, the refined middle-aged man laughed again. In fact, he wanted to help Lin Ling's sword increase in strength. In this way, he would also help Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel grateful to him and owe him a favor. The City Lord of Heaven Sword City is the #1 heavenly sword in the world. To be able to obtain the City Lord's help is a great opportunity. Young Demon Master and the others were immediately happy for Lin Ling. They knew the strength of the City Lord of Heaven Sword City. However, Lin Ling was in a difficult position. "Brother Lin, you don't have to mind. I'm just doing a favor." The refined middle-aged man thought that Lin Ling was embarrassed and was afraid that he would owe him too much, so he continued to smile. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to unlock the True Inheritance Nether Sword and hand it over. The refined middle-aged man smiled faintly. After receiving it, he carefully examined it. However, his expression instantly changed. "This sword is extraordinary. It is a true divine artifact." When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Only Lin Ling was used to it. He had long known how powerful the True Inheritance Nether Sword was. "Originally, I wanted to help you make up for the flaws of the sword. However, it seems that this sword is simply flawless. There are no flaws at all." The refined middle-aged man immediately said awkwardly. He had wanted to help Lin Ling as a senior, but in the end, he hadn't helped at all. After that, he also understood why Lin Ling didn't rush to buy the divine artifacts at the auction. It turned out that Lin Ling's sword was of a higher grade than those divine artifacts. It had probably reached the level of a 9th grade divine artifact. "Hehe, then let's take a look at the other one." The city lord smiled awkwardly and pointed at another one. Young Demon Master and the others were also very embarrassed. They knew that the city lord was unable to get out of the embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Lin Ling still had another one. Another one? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the sword of a god. He was even more embarrassed and said, "Let's forget about this sword. It's fine. I'm the #1 heavenly sword. As long as it's related to swords, I can more or less increase the potential of the sword. No matter how ordinary this sword is, in my hands, I can make it even more dazzling." The city lord waved his hand and said, Chapter 3594. The city lord was shocked. "Lin Ling, let the senior take a look." Young monster lord immediately advised. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to remove the tyrannical song sword from his back. The city lord took it with one hand and looked at the sword hilt carefully. He immediately said, "From the looks of the sword hilt, it's quite old. Unfortunately, it's been corroded too much by time. I'm afraid it can only unleash 60% of the sword's power. But it doesn't matter, I'll unleash all of the sword's potential." When he said this, the city lord was extremely confident. In his opinion, he finally had a chance to help Lin Ling. Clang. He pulled out the sword, but the moment he unsheathed it, killing intent surged. And this was only half of the sword's aura. Thud thud thud. The city lord took 3 steps back. He could not hold the sword in his hand tightly. Then, he frantically closed the sword. After the sword was sheathed again, the killing intent from before instantly disappeared. Then, the city lord stared at Lin Ling. "Fuck, this guy's swords are more powerful than the last." Young monster lord and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They thought that the city lord was definitely qualified to investigate the second sword, but who knew that the second sword was even more terrifying? They stared at the ground and saw that the city lord's 3 footprints were left on the hard white jade stone. What the fuck? The city lord of Sky Sword City was a genuine expert. His strength was probably comparable to the martial gods. Even he was forced to retreat. Could this sword be in existence that surpassed divine artifacts? Brother Lin, this. After the city lord recovered from his shock, he walked back with a bitter smile on his face. However, he was also shocked. A sword that could intimidate him was definitely extraordinary. He was also a person who loved swords. How could he not be moved by such a sword? However, he knew that Lin Ling had shown him the sword because he trusted him. Therefore, he quickly held the sword with both hands and returned it to Lin Ling. "Brother Lin, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Then, the city lord said awkwardly. He had wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers, but he had been slapped in the face by a sword. If Lin Ling had not been watching, he would have dug a hole and crawled into it. "It's fine." Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not mention a single word about the previous matter. At least he could let the city lord off the stage. The city lord immediately looked at Lin Ling gratefully and didn't mention the embarrassing matter from before. "Lin Ling, these are the Heavenly Heart Energy Storage Pills that His Excellency has gifted you. There are 9 bottles in total, and they are all precious divine pills." At this moment, an old man walked over from afar with a smile. Lin Ling was puzzled. Who was this person? The city lord was the same. However, he sensed that the old man was not weak at all. "My lord is Miao Di." The old man arrived in front of Lin Ling and bowed as he spoke. His words caused Lin Ling to understand, but he was still a bit surprised. He didn't understand why Emperor Miao would suddenly give him such a precious pill. Back in the Godspan Tower, Her Excellency Grand Monarch Miao bet on you and won quite a few godstones. That's why she asked me to give you these godstones in return. The old man knew the doubts in Lin Ling's heart, so he immediately said respectfully, "I see." Lin Ling immediately nodded and then asked, "What are the effects of these Heavenly Heart Energy Storage Pills?" "It's used to restore world essence." The old man said honestly, "Heavenly Heart Energy Storage Pills." The city lord's expression suddenly changed. "Qi comes from the heart. Could it be one of those legendary pills?" He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air because this pill was extremely rare and precious. It could instantly restore a martial artist's exhausted world essence within 10 breaths of time. This was because this pill didn't restore world essence by absorbing external energy, nor did it come from the power of the pill. Instead, it formed a cloud of energy in the human body, allowing the human body to produce world essence on its own. It was extremely mysterious. And in the entire final world, it was said that only one person could refine such a pill. It was precisely because of this that this pill had a price but no market. This Lin Ling's face was really big. The city lord couldn't help but look at Lin Ling solemnly. To have Emperor Miao give him a divine pill, let alone Lin Ling, even among the 36 city lords, there weren't many who could do such a thing. Then he thought of City Lord Song and that mysterious sword of Lin Ling's from before. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's weight in his heart skyrocketed. He was even glad that he was able to know such a rising star. How about this? Leave 3 bottles and return the rest to Emperor Miao. Just say that I, Lin Ling, thank her. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said politely. He had 5 dantians and a powerful physical body. Generally speaking, it was rare for him to exhaust his world essence. Therefore, although this divine pill was precious, it wasn't of much use to him. The reason why he left 3 bottles was to give them to young Monster Master, Prince Mo Jin, and Yu. This won't do. If Emperor Miao finds out, she will think that I took the divine pill for myself. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed and his face was full of begging. Lin Ling was speechless. In fact, this pill was really useless to him. He suggested, Senior, do you have any royal crystals on you? Just give me some royal crystals. This way, you can go back and report to your superiors. The current Lin Ling was penniless. If he wanted to break through to the saint stage, he definitely didn't have enough royal crystals on him. Royal crystals? Yes, there are exactly 100 billion royal crystals. The old man immediately said, 9 bottles of pills, I took 3 bottles. Why don't you give me 60 billion royal crystals for the remaining 6 bottles? Lin Ling said, how can I do that? 100 billion royal crystals is fine. The old man immediately became anxious. However, Lin Ling had already made up his mind. The main reason was that he didn't want to owe Emperor Miao too much, so he accepted 60 billion royal crystals. 60 billion royal crystals was a huge sum of money to him. Young friend. Seeing Lin Ling's determined look, the old man sighed helplessly and then left. However, before he left, he asked Lin Ling to visit Emperor Miao if he had time. Lin Ling casually agreed to this. Next, he bid farewell to the Sky Sword City Lord before leaving with young Demon Master and the others. This person is truly extraordinary. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Looking at Lin Ling's departing figure, the Sky Sword City Lord muttered to himself. Especially when he thought of the sword with monstrous demonic aura, his heart began to rumble. With his strength, it was difficult for him to suppress that sword, but Lin Ling was able to carry it with him. This showed how mysterious Lin Ling was. Lin Ling left with young Demon Master and the others. On the way, he also distributed the pills to young Demon Master and the others. Lin Ling, although we are going to the Snow Wind Academy, we have many things to account for in the E-Garden, so let's split up for now. At this time, young Demon Master suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling immediately agreed, but warned, you guys should be careful because you are transferring hospitals. From a certain point of view, you have embarrassed the E-Garden. I'm afraid that the E-Garden will make things difficult for you. Also, be careful of Du Qiu. Wu Zun and Duan Wujian lost to us in the Divine Tower and lost face at the auction. I'm afraid they will attack you, especially Duan Wujian. He is an expert on the Divine List and his strength is somewhat extraordinary. But don't worry, they can't touch us. Chapter 3595. Flower World. They chatted for a while before Lin Ling left with Yu and the others. Savage Sword, Elder Do, we're going to complete the trial mission of the academy. You should go back first. Lin Ling said to Savage Sword and the others on the way. Yes. The 2 of them nodded, but they were unwilling to give up. As Lin Ling became stronger, it was difficult for them to protect Lin Ling. This made them feel useless. However, they couldn't be blamed. Their talents were limited and their potential had been stimulated. They could only rely on increasing their cultivation realm. However, in the final world, without talent, it was difficult to survive by relying on one's cultivation realm. Savage Sword, we have to become stronger. Yes, young master takes care of us. However, seeing young master protect us instead, I feel very uneasy. But what can we do? Let's go find city governor Tsang. He should have a way. Although he can't help us reach young master's level, at least he can help us increase our strength and help young master do things within our power. But the two of them chatted for a while before flying towards Snow City. Lin Ling didn't return to Snow City. Instead, he was heading towards the Blackstone Empire. The Blackstone Empire was an extremely ancient country in the East Border. There were countless experts, and it was one of the top few realms in the East Border. However, to the experts from the final world, they were obviously as weak as ants. The mission this time was obviously not to kill the martial artists from the Blackstone Empire. Instead, it was to kill some mutant experts that appeared in the Blackstone Empire. These mutant experts were born 10 years ago. No one knew where they came from. However, they were extremely powerful. With the Blackstone Empire as the center, they had built a large number of sects that radiated to other realms. The Academy's mission was to eradicate these sections. On the other hand, Lin Ling's mission was much simpler. He only needed to kill 10 mutant powerhouses. Brother Ling, what are mutant experts? Yu listened to Lin Ling's constant explanation and couldn't help but be a little curious. I don't know either. But to be able to be called deviants by the final world, their path of cultivation should be different from ours. Lin Ling shook his head. Without seeing the variant race martial artist with his own eyes, he couldn't jump to conclusions. The three of them quickly left the 9 provinces and appeared in the void of the universe. Originally, with Lin Ling's strength, he would have arrived in less than 3 days. However, Yu and the others did not have Lin Ling's speed and freakish physique. Hence, Lin Ling slowed down and accompanied them. The three of them walked forward leisurely, as if they were on a scenic tour. As they passed by one realm after another, they were also experiencing the different characteristics of each realm. Lin Ling also felt a little emotional. In the universe, there were countless realms. There were all kinds of worlds, each with their own unique characteristics. Just like his Wuxia world. That place was not good at martial arts and dominated by technology. However, in the ancient Wuxia world, martial arts were extremely powerful. But in the end, those ancient legends disappeared. Once, Lin Ling also heard that the most ancient legends of Wuxia were actually the strongest gods in the era of gods. Lin Ling wasn't too sure about this rumor because in his memory, the great gods of Wuxia were great gods like Pangu and Yuwa. Taking a step back, it was the great gods like Shenong and Fuxi. In Lin Ling's memory, these great gods were the Almighty who created the world. They were beyond the scope of martial arts. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sighed. The world of martial arts was really vast and boundless. Li Xiaoyao was so powerful in the past, but he still couldn't travel through the universe. From this, it could be seen how mysterious the universe was. Brother Ling, that place is so beautiful. At this time, Xian Yuange suddenly shouted in surprise, interrupting Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling looked over and saw a colorful realm with hundreds of blooming flowers in front of him. Lin Ling checked and immediately knew that this realm was called the Sea of Flowers realm. It was one of the most beautiful realms in the East Border. Many experts from the East Border gathered here. There were even many experts from the 9 continents here. This dazzling and colorful world was very suitable for experts to enter the world and comprehend. However, what made Lin Ling happy was that the Sea of Flowers realm was already very close to the Blackstone Empire. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the Sea of Flowers realm. Looking around, this realm was also extremely vast and boundless, and the plants were also very exuberant. As soon as they landed, not far away, many warriors looked over with puzzled eyes. However, in order to avoid shocking the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. What a handsome man and woman! Those people couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others' cultivation, but they could see that Lin Ling and the others were very otherworldly, as elegant as immortals. This made them involuntarily take another look at Lin Ling and the others. Especially some young men and women, they looked at Lin Ling and the others with a look of amazement. Lin Ling and the others naturally noticed those gazes, but they ignored them and casually walked with Yu and the others. Although Yu and the others were strong, They were originally women, so they liked flowers. The two girls ran around in the world of hundreds of flowers and played extremely happily. Lin Ling looked at the world full of vitality and suddenly understood. At this moment, his illusory god world was also slowly improving. As he walked, it was as if he saw flowers bloom and wilt. Interesting little guy. In the distance, an old man was walking with a large number of disciples. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ling and walked towards Lin Ling. Young friend, your talent is outstanding, and you also have some enlightenment in the world of flowers. You're really amazing. Not long after, the old man appeared not far away from Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just imagining things occasionally. Ha. Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed loudly. Imagining things? He didn't think so. However, the people behind him narrowed their eyes. It was because they thought that since the ancestor of a world took the initiative to speak with that youth should be extremely excited. However, who would have expected that the youth's reaction would be extremely calm, not excited, nor did he show any admiration. One had to know that the old man was one of the strongest in the sea of flowers. In fact, the old man was also a little depressed. He had seen Lin Ling and wanted to give him some advice, but when he asked, Lin Ling said that he was just imagining things. Because of this, he didn't know what to say even if he wanted to. However, as expected of a prominent figure in the sea of flowers, he smiled and said, Young friend, although the sea of flowers is beautiful, there will always be a time when it wilts. Flowers bloom and wilt, life, old age, illness, and death. This is the unchanging law of the world. Those who can see through it have seen through life and death. Lin Ling was instantly stunned. He knew that the old man wanted to give him some advice, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With his strength, he was 100 times stronger than the old man. In terms of the grand Tao of the universe, life, old age, illness, and death, he saw through it more thoroughly than the old man. Of course, he knew that the old man didn't have any ill intentions, and he just appreciated the young man's talent. Chapter 3596. Not blooming for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The disciples behind him were even more furious. This young man didn't know what was good for him. How dare he refute the patriarch's advice? He's still wet behind the ears and wants to pretend that he knows everything. He probably doesn't know what the great Tao is and what life, old age, sickness, and death are. What do you know? A woman who looked to be in her 20s couldn't help but shout. Don't be rude. However, the old man waved his hand and smiled. Patriarch, I can't stand how he pretends to know when he doesn't. The woman frowned and was unwilling to give up. Martial arts, no two people's martial arts are the same. Everyone has their own views. If 100 people look at a flower, there will be 100 different views. The old man smiled kindly, which surprised Lin Ling. Although the old man wasn't strong, he was open-minded. Little friend, look over there, that's a moment of youth. It's an anomaly in the sea of flowers world. You said that the process of blooming is life. Unfortunately, they don't have life because they never bloom. Therefore, there are exceptions to everything. The old man smiled faintly. Lin Ling followed the old man's finger and saw that there were green grass at the foot of the mountain. The grass was green, but it didn't fit in with the hundreds of flowers around it because there were no flowers on the grass. And there were hundreds of flowers blooming all around. The moment of youth was indeed an anomaly. Moment of youth, what a good name. Lin Ling muttered to himself. That's why I said that there are exceptions to everything. The great path, the laws, and the rules that you think of are not the only ones at some point in time. Something else will also appear. Seeing that Lin Ling was finally deep in thought, the elder felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. He wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers before, but Lin Ling replied to him with profound answers. These answers were so perfect that he couldn't refute them. Therefore, he finally found a chance to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Hee, now you know how powerful the patriarch is. He only knows how to put on an act. When it comes to life, can he compare to the patriarch? What a fame-seeking fellow. He said that the process of blooming is life, But if the splendor of a moment never blooms, how can there be life? He slapped his own face," said one of the disciples behind the patriarch. His words were filled with disdain for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled faintly and nodded at the ancestor. This also made the old man secretly satisfied. This child was worth teaching. "Brother Ling, let's go." Just when the old man thought that Lin Ling would come to acknowledge him as his master, Yu Yu's voice suddenly came from afar. When he saw this, Lin Ling planned to leave as well. However, he'd just taken a step when he suddenly turned around to look at the old man and said indifferently, "It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same?" Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man was stunned. This young man actually didn't have a master? Moreover, he gave another profound answer, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. However, the disciple behind him was furious. What a stubborn young man. Even now, he still dares to talk back to the patriarch. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Just then, hundreds of flowers suddenly bloomed on a green grass field from afar. It was beautiful and fragrant. Every single flower was colorful. The moment they bloomed, everything around them seemed to have turned into an illusion. Auspicious beasts were galloping in midair and rainbows were hanging in the sky. It was beautiful. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The old man's pupils violently quivered. The splendor of a moment seemed to have bloomed. He's been in the realm of flowers for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he's seen the splendor of a moment bloom. To know that in his knowledge, there were no flowers in the splendor of a moment. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same? Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Ling said. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Everyone's martial Tao and life were different. Why should the splendor of a moment be the same as other flowers? It was just like humans. Why should everyone's life be the same? Perhaps that was what Lin Ling wanted to say. "Sir, why are the flowers blooming?" Thinking of this, the old man looked into the distance and said in disbelief. However, the distance was silent. 3 figures had already walked into the distance. The old man suddenly realized that he had met an expert today. In front of him, the patriarch was actually a child. "Senior, please enlighten me." Plop. The old man hurriedly knelt down, scaring the disciples behind him. "If I want it to bloom, it will bloom." Finally, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar. It was a soft sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. "It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Although the youth is short, like a moth flying into a flame, it is beautiful, and that is enough. This is its unique life, and also the path it has chosen." Then, a mysterious sentence was transmitted into the old man's mind. The old man's body trembled. He stared at the beautiful sea of flowers in the distance. Suddenly, an ancient power came from his body. This power was unprecedented. It surged into his mind and spread throughout his body. He had broken through. The disciples behind him were all dumbfounded. They had heard of it long ago. 30 years of spring and autumn, cold and summer. Once you achieve Tao, you will become an immortal. This meant that sometimes, thousands of years of hard work were not as good as a sentence from the expert. They had always thought that this was just a legend. However, they actually encountered it today, and it happened to their master. Plop. Everyone knelt down, especially the girl who looked down on Lin Ling. At this moment, her face was red and she was extremely regretful. She knew that she had missed a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the 3 people in front of her had disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, he raised his head. His face was full of excitement. When he thought of taking the mysterious person as his disciple, he immediately felt ashamed. Luckily, the expert did not mind it at all. Meanwhile, Lin Ling continued to move forward with Yu Yu. To him, the cultivators of the flower realm had limited talents, thus they would not be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. The only thing they could focus on was their comprehension of martial arts. Although it was not as important as one's talent, they could still become an expert after comprehending the Tao. Previously, even though the old man was trying to teach him a lesson, his attitude was quite friendly. As such, Lin Ling decided to give him some guidance. As for how much the old man could comprehend, it would depend on his own capabilities. Soon after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Lin Ling glanced at the sky and decided not to continue on his journey. He decided to stay in the city that night. Inside an inn, Lin Ling yelled at the waiter, "Give me the best wine and meat." Even though his strength had improved tremendously, reaching the half-martial progenitor realm, he still retained his old habits. "Sure thing." The waiter immediately shouted in high spirits. When the wine and meat were served, Lin Ling immediately devoured the food and began to eat with Yu Yu and the others. Chapter 3597. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Peeping. Night fell without anyone noticing. Everything was silent. In the guest room of the inn, Lin Ling looked at the two beauties on the bed and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. However, not long after he started cultivating, a sound came from outside the window. Although it was very soft, Lin Ling's soul power was strong and he could easily detect it. Then, a mysterious eye appeared in the void. It glanced at Lin Ling's guest room and then disappeared. Lin Ling frowned instantly. Peeping on him? How bold of him! At the same time, Yu Yu and the rest woke up. It had to be said that the person who peeped on them was very crude. Even Yu Yu and the rest could not hide from him. Brother Ling. Yu Yu and the rest were women after all. Although they did not see anything, they still felt very uncomfortable when they were peeped on. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling stood up. How dare he peep on his wife? That guy must be tired of living. At the same time, his spiritual strength sensed that the eye had appeared in another room. After a brief investigation, a colorless and odorless fragrance permeated the air. The person in the room immediately fainted. Subsequently, the void was opened, and two figures appeared. They wrapped the person on the bed and left under the cover of the night. Those two seemed to be kidnapping someone. Lin Ling then told Yu Yu and the rest what he had seen. Yu Yu and the rest frowned and looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would do. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile because he sensed a familiar aura from the two people from before. Will it be dangerous? Yu Yu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Not to mention the Flower Sea boundary, even in the East boundary, there are not many people who can hurt us. Moreover, those people are just small thieves. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Hearing that, Yu Yu and Xian Yuange were relieved. They then followed Lin Ling out of the inn. After leaving, they realized that they had worried too much. That was because those two people were very slow. They caught up with them easily. Hee, after catching that little bitch, we can blackmail them. That's right. Young master, what a good idea. It's rare for us to come to the east boundary. We can even blackmail some treasures. After this, we can immediately rush to the Blackstone Empire and assist the higher-ups in seizing the treasures. The two people were talking and talking, their voices sounding arrogant. Perhaps they thought that no one would be able to detect them. Unfortunately, not far away. Lin Ling, Yu Yu and the rest, Yu Yu and Shen Yuangu, and followed them step by step. They were also going to the Blackstone Empire? And there were treasures. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he began to look forward to it. The two of them turned left and right and finally landed in a quiet courtyard. Did you catch them? As soon as they landed, a low voice came from the small courtyard. Young master, we caught them. Were they discovered? Young master, we are assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. How could we be discovered so easily? That's good. Bring that little bitch here and inform her father to prepare to exchange treasures for her. In the darkness, the conversation continued. In the end, there were even a few complacent sneers. Since when did the Flying Dragon organization do such dirty things as kidnapping people? Outside the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the rest and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he kicked the door open and walked in casually. He then sneered. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you guys went to steal people. You guys are really in the mood. The Flying Dragon Organization, Godly Escort Mansion, and Fu Hang Manor had all attacked Linling in the past. However, the Godly Escort Mansion was almost uprooted by Linling, and their vitality was greatly damaged. In the end, they begged Linling for mercy. Although Fu Hang Manor was fine, they also paid a large sum of money and swore never to provoke Linling again. Only the Flying Dragon Organization still didn't reply. This also meant that the Flying Dragon Organization didn't intend to compromise with Linling. The entrance of Linling and the rest immediately silenced the small courtyard. Then, in the darkness, an angry roar sounded, "2 pieces of trash. You can't do anything right. Young master, it's our fault." 2 voices rang out at the same time. Then, the small courtyard lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. 2 of them were standing, and the one in the middle was sitting. The person sitting was very young, and his face was very pale. He looked like a scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. However, Linling knew that this person wasn't a scholar, but an assassin. The seemingly powerless scholar just wanted to numb people and make them careless. This was also the characteristic of an assassin. The moment they didn't make a move, they would never reveal their killing intent. Why have you come here in the middle of the night? The scholar smiled and looked at Linling. First, he was surprised by Yu and the rest's beauty, and then he asked politely, "To kill you?" Linling went straight to the point. "You really know how to joke." The scholar smiled again, and a white jade fan appeared in his hand. He gently waved it. "Perhaps you don't know where we came from. Tell him who we are." The 2 beside him immediately sneered, "We are assassins from the Flying Dragon Organization." They obviously wanted to use the Flying Dragon Organization to intimidate Linling and the rest. Moreover, even if Linling and the rest didn't kill them, they wouldn't let Linling go, because only the dead would keep secrets. "Do you think I have the time to joke with you?" Linling shook his head. "However, if you weren't from the Flying Dragon Organization, I might have let you go. Unfortunately, you're from the Flying Dragon Organization, so it's hard for you not to die." As soon as Linling finished speaking, the scholar shouted sternly. His reaction was really terrifying. He realized that Linling wasn't fooled, so he immediately attacked first to gain the upper hand. The silent darkness suddenly spread out like a tide. In the darkness, all of one's senses would disappear, and it was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, they were facing Linling. Linling didn't even make a move, but Shen Yuangu and Yu made a move. Yu punched into the darkness, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard. A figure was sent flying and fell to the ground, dying instantly. "What?" The scholar's expression changed drastically. "So strong?" At the same time, a dazzling light appeared, and a page of scripture pressed down from the sky, smashing another person into pieces. Moreover, Yu and Shen Yuangu didn't stop. They disappeared into the darkness, and then a large number of figures were sent flying. It turned out that there were many assassins hidden in this small courtyard. These assassins were very powerful and could kill people from thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, they met Linling and the rest from the final world. Looking at the assassins dying one after another, the scholar knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately knelt down. "Senior, please spare my life, please spare my life." Chapter 3598. Guessing. Linling was very close to the scholar. With the scholar's strength, he could have used a fatal attack and turned the tables. But for some reason, the scholar did not dare to do so. It was as if the young man standing in front of him was even more terrifying than the god of assassins. Then, the scholar seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, "Oh right, the experts of the Flying Dragon Organization are rushing to the Blackstone Empire. I heard that there are treasures there. Senior, I'll tell you the secret of the Flying Dragon Organization. Can you spare my life?" Sigh. Linling tilted his head and looked at him indifferently. He smiled sarcastically. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You want me to spare your life with this bullshit information?" Sigh. "Senior, spare my life. That's all I know." Sigh. The scholar kept kowtowing. "It's really embarrassing to be an assassin like you. Also, Don't disturb other people's sleep in the middle of the night, especially by peeping. Sigh. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped lightly. With a boom, the whole courtyard shook. The scholar was stomped into meat paste by Lin Ling. His whole body was buried under the ground, reaching a depth of 100 meters. Then Lin Ling looked around. With a wave of his right hand, a colorful fire appeared and burned everything. All the corpses had been incinerated, but what was shocking was that the other things in the small courtyard were unscathed. Not even a single blade of grass was affected. It was a flame that could burn everything. Brother Ling, look. At this time, Xin Yuanji's voice came. There was a black cloth bag in the corner of the room. After opening it, a girl about 18 or 19 years old could be seen sleeping there. The girl looked delicate and pretty. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. This should be the girl they kidnapped. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. He did not care about the girl. What he cared about was what the scholar had said before. It seemed that many assassins of the Flying Dragon organization had gathered in the Blackstone Empire for a treasure. Lin Ling was curious about the treasure that could make assassins gather. Moreover, with Lin Ling's trump cards and Yu Yu's sword of swallowing heaven's fortune, Lin Ling dared to fight the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. Then, Lin Ling lightly waved his arm, and a surge of realm energy rushed toward the young girl, easily curing her poison. Lin Ling at his level, unless it was a god's poison, realm god's poison, ordinary realm poison. This realm was the ultimate world's ultimate. The woman gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank, and then her pretty face changed. What do you want? Let me tell you, my father is from the Yu family. If you dare to mess around, he will not let you go. She looked at Lin Ling and the others warily and quietly retreated. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others immediately smiled. Little sister, you don't have to be too nervous. We are not the ones who kidnapped you, but the ones who saved you. You Xios? The girl looked at Yu Xios. Her vigilance was not as strong as before. Yu Xios. Maybe Yu Xios was not a bad person. The girl bowed. Thank you, benefactors. If Qing Air fell into the hands of those people, she would be better off dead. By the way, where are those people from before? They are all dead. Killed by my husband. Xinyuan smiled and walked towards the woman. She held the woman's hand and walked over. Moreover, they are from the Flying Dragon organization. Maybe they have some conflicts with your Yu family. That's why they attacked you. Yu Xios, the Flying Dragon organization. Qing Er's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Yu's words. Then she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She knew that the members of the Flying Dragon organization were all very powerful, but this handsome young man had killed them all. This seemed a little impossible. Lin Ling nodded and did not explain anything. He said indifferently, "You go back first and leave this troublesome place." But Qing Er was also eager to leave. However, she was grateful that Lin Ling Xios had saved her life. She bowed to Lin Ling Xios again. I am from the Yu family. Our Yu family is one of the top families in this area. I will tell my father about this. After saying that, Qing Er hurriedly left the small courtyard. Upon hearing Qing Er's words, Lin Ling frowned but didn't say much. He led Yu Yu and the rest out of the courtyard. Brother Ling, what's wrong? Yu Xios noticed Lin Ling Xios' actions and asked curiously. This girl called Qing Er seems to know about the Flying Dragon organization. This means that the Flying Dragon organization also exists in this realm. Therefore, even if the Yu family knew that it was the Flying Dragon organization who kidnapped Qing Er, they would not dare to do anything. However, if the Yu family leader is brave enough, he will seek revenge from the Flying Dragon organization, even if he has to sacrifice the entire Yu family. If the master of the Yu family is an indecisive person, he will definitely suspect that we are the ones who kidnapped Qing. After all, we have killed all the people who kidnapped Qing. Dead men tell no tales. Lin Ling Xios told Xios his guess. If it's true, then the Yu family is too shameless. Xian Yuan Guer Xios frowned. They had saved Qing Er, but they were misunderstood as the kidnappers. Anyone would be unhappy. Qing Er looks inexperienced. I don't think she is that kind of person. Yu Xiu said. She is innocent, so I don't think so. However, the Yu family might do the same. All right. Lin Ling Xiu smiled faintly. However, we don't have to worry about such a small family. Perhaps when they come to us, we will have already left. Moreover, this is just my guess. Things might not be like this. Let's go. All right. Lin Ling Xiu, after all, he had been in the world for many years. He had considered everything before doing anything. Immediately, Lin Ling Xiu and Yu Xiu left the small courtyard. Their destination was the Blackstone Empire. However, just as Lin Ling Xiu had guessed, when Qing Er returned to the Yu family, the whole family was in turmoil. Qing Er, where have you been for the whole night? A burly middle-aged man looked at Qing Er worriedly. Qing Er did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened. The Flying Dragon Organization? Master Black Dragon? The burly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he knew the Flying Dragon Organization. He also knew who the leader of the Flying Dragon Organization was. He did not expect that the Flying Dragon Organization would dare to touch his daughter. Family leader, there is something fishy about this. However, at this time, an old man frowned and said, this old man had a high status in the Yu family. He was the family leader's brother and Qing Er's uncle. Big brother, what do you think? The family leader looked at the old man immediately. Chapter 3599. Selling her body to bury her father. Uncle, I don't think they are that kind of people. Hearing this, Qing Er frowned. Qing Er, did you see them attack? The old man suddenly asked. Qing Er shook her head. She really didn't see anything. Have you seen the corpses of the people from the Flying Dragon Organization? The old man asked again. Qing Er shook her head again. Seeing this, the old man was finally certain. Looks like they are the ones who kidnapped Qing. These people are really vicious. They are trying to sow discord between our huge Yu family and the Flying Dragon Organization. His words made Qing Er anxious. She had a feeling that Lin Ling and the others were not the ones who kidnapped her. However, the elder did not wait for her to speak. He had already ordered the Yu family, send out all the experts of the Yu family. Capture those despicable people and make an example out of them. Everyone accepted the order and left. The entire city was gradually in an uproar. After Lin Ling and the others walked out of the small courtyard, it was not long before dawn. The streets gradually became lively, and all kinds of hawkers set up stalls on both sides of the street. Most of the items they sold were flowers. However, these flowers had extraordinary uses as well. Some could be used as medicine, some could be used to make clothes, and some could be used to fill the stomach. This was an eye-opener for Lin Ling and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also bought some rare flowers for medicinal purposes. As for Yu and the others, they bought even more. For example, some flowers that could be maintained for a year without withering. This was a fatal attraction to most girls. The three of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they had returned to the sacred land of the rainforest. However, not long after, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were gathered together and pointing at them. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pulled Lin Ling into the crowd. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly feel helpless. Watching a show was also a woman's nature. After arriving at the crowd, Lin Ling discovered a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old kneeling on the ground. The young girl was wearing morning clothes, and her long hair covered her face. In front of her was a wooden sign with the words, "Selling myself to bury my father," written on it. In front of the wooden sign lay a corpse wrapped in a straw mat. This scene caused Lin Ling to be momentarily stunned. Selling her body to bury her father? This kind of plot had only appeared on TV in his previous life. Who would have thought that he, Lin Ling, would encounter it? Sure enough, the longer one lived, the more they would encounter all sorts of things. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he looked at Yu and the others again, they didn't look interested. Instead, they looked at him sympathetically. This caused Lin Ling to also look at the young girl. The young girl's body was frail, and her head was lowered. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sense of sorrow from her body. It seemed that this selling her body to bury her father was true. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. There was a strange aura hidden within the girl's body. Although this aura was dim, it was abnormally tenacious. When Lin Ling's soul force approached, it actually sensed Lin Ling's soul force and resisted it. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. His soul force was extremely strong. The young girl had no martial strength, but the energy within her body was able to resist it. This showed that this young girl was not simple. TSK, everyone says that 18 years old is brittle. Looking at your appearance, you are only 14 years old. However, your figure is not bad. Come, raise your head and let me see. Your looks are not bad. I will buy you. I will pay you any price. At this time, a skinny young man dressed like a rich young master laughed. The crowd immediately began to jeer. The young girl kept her head down, so they were curious about her appearance. After all, her figure was not bad. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some girls had good figures, but their looks were ugly. Therefore, the crowd was not stupid enough to not pay without checking the goods. Raise your head and take a look. If you don't raise your head, who will buy it? Another person said, if someone is willing to bury my father, I will raise my head. But who knew that the young girl was extremely stubborn? Her voice was as clear as yellow jade, and she still refused to raise her head to speak. At this time, the crowd also began to curse. Obviously, they did not want to be cheated. Your voice is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. As long as you can catch my eye, I will buy you even if it is 100 taels of silver. The skinny young man said again. 50 taels of silver. I will buy it. But at this time, Lin Ling interrupted him and said calmly. His words made the young girl's delicate body tremble. She seemed to be excited. Then she stood up and looked at Lin Ling. However, when she lifted her long hair, a peerless face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fair skin and delicate facial features. Overall, she looked exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a faint aura that gave people a sense of tranquility. Moreover, under the morning sun, she gave people a sense of holiness. Even Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Previously, because of the mysterious energy in the young girl, he did not check the young girl's face. He did not expect her to be so beautiful. He even thought that the young girl was hiding her face and that she might have a pig's face. In reality, the others thought so too. Wow, she is so beautiful. She is already devastatingly beautiful at such a young age. How beautiful will she be when she grows up? Beautiful, beautiful. I want this little beauty. 100 taels of silver. 200 taels. 250 taels. Shut up, all of you. I will pay 500 taels. Let's see who can be richer than me. The skinny young man was drooling as he roared angrily. Do you think you are the only one who is rich? I will pay 800 taels. An old man with a walking stick also roared. Everyone looked at him in shock. He was so old yet he was still a romantic. He was full of energy. What are you looking at? I have money. I can do whatever I want. The old man smiled proudly. He looked at the young girl and said with a smile, Little beauty, from now on, you belong to me, Mr. Liu. You will live a good life and have no worries for the rest of your life. Bullshit, you old fart. You don't even know if you can get hard. How dare you snatch my woman? The skinny young man naturally did not dare to show weakness. 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Ling watched from the side as the crowd competed. He was expressionless and did not bid. If the young girl chose the one with more money, then such a person was not worth his help. Although the young girl might not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life if she followed other people, but if she followed Lin Ling, she could achieve great things and have an endless lifespan. This was the difference between mortals and gods. Whether she would miss this opportunity in the end would depend on the young girl's own choice. Yu and the rest did not speak. They watched quietly. Although they did not know why Lin Ling bid, even if Lin Ling wanted to marry a concubine, they would not care. In an instant, the price rose and exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that before the young girl raised her head, most of the people were watching a good show. Only Lin Ling bid. However, When they raised their heads and saw the young girl's peerless beauty, everyone stretched their necks like ducks and shouted crazily. In the end, the price had reached 5,000 taels of silver. Chapter 3600. Principles. However, the price was still rising. The two people who were still bidding were the old man and the skinny young man. Fuck, you wanna play with me? Don't think that I can't see through you. In fact, you're just a poor bastard. You don't even have 10 taels of silver. When the price reached 6,000 taels, the old man finally got angry. Huh, it's none of your business. Now it's 6,000 taels. Are you going to follow me or not? If you're not going to follow me, then get lost. How dare a poor bastard fight with me over a woman? Look at yourself before you piss off. The skinny young man said casually. You're looking for death. Men beat him to death. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He suddenly roared. A few warriors rushed out from behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on the skinny young man. Ha, you dare to fight with me in my territory? Don't you know that I'm the young master of the Yu family? However, who knew that the skinny young man was not afraid at all? Instead, he said casually. After he finished speaking, another man walked out from behind him. However, he was stronger. In a few moves, he smashed the old man to the ground. Yu family. The old man's face changed. This family was the tyrant of the city. He never thought that the skinny young man he met would be the young master of the Yu family. Put on. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that young master you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Beat him. The skinny young man did not give him any face. He shouted coldly and then looked at the young girl with a smile. Little beauty, can you go back with me now? Don't worry, I will bury your father properly. From now on, you will follow me and you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Yu family. Looks like the little beauty belongs to the Yu family. Sigh, it's good to have a big family behind you. Sigh. The surrounding people said enviously. Since the Yu family had taken action, who would dare to fight with them? Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, the young girl was no longer as panicked. However, when the skinny young man's hand reached out, she dodged and then went behind Lin Ling. Young master, he has already bought me for 50 taels of silver. From now on, I belong to his family. Sigh. After hiding behind Lin Ling, the young girl said, What? I offered 6,000 taels of silver and you? Sigh. Seeing this, the skinny young man's eyes narrowed. Was he playing with him? I never said that I wanted to bid. I only said that I would follow whoever buried my father for me. Therefore, everything is first come, first served. It was he who bought me first. The young girl's voice was very firm. Her words caused a smile to appear on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. It seems that this young girl is a person with principles. She is worthy of my help. Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and laughed. Furthermore, the man was holding the two women's hands. Could it be that the two women were already taken? Very good. I admire people with integrity. But do you think he'll take you just because you want to? Let me tell you, I'm from the Yu family. The skinny young man laughed. He looked at the young girl coldly. He believed that as long as they weren't idiots, they would give face to the Yu family. The young girl looked at Lin Ling. Uncle, will you take me? It's pointless for you to ask, because he doesn't even dare to nod his head, let alone speak. The skinny young man said confidently, Of course. If you're willing, I won't give you up. Lin Ling opened his mouth. The skinny young man, who was full of confidence, almost fell to the ground. Lin Ling really dared to take her. The skinny young man roared and stared at Lin Ling. Do you know who I am? Do you want to die? Smash him to death. The strong man from before immediately jumped at Lin Ling. This was a strong man from the Yu family. Ordinary people couldn't stop him. The young girl shouted subconsciously, Benefactor, be careful. Get lost. However, Lin Ling let out a low growl. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Ling was still holding back. Otherwise, he could have turned into an idiot with just one look. Everyone was frightened. The skinny young man's eyes widened. What was going on? Why didn't he punch? Why did the strong man of the Yu family faint? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His eyes were cold. The skinny young man fell to the ground. His pants were wet and the smell of urine drifted out. He kept waving his hands. Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Yu family. If you dare to touch me, the Yu family won't let you go. Lin Ling looked down at the skinny young man. With a kick, the skinny young man flew out like a kite. Seeing Lin Ling's power with her own eyes, the young girl was scared silly. This uncle is not an ordinary person. Yu looked at the young girl dotingly. Not an ordinary person? The young girl's body trembled. Could this uncle be a strong martial artist? If she followed the skinny young man, she could live a carefree life. But she missed out on a wider sky. But if she followed this uncle, her world would change. She could fly higher and see more of the world. She couldn't help but smile. Luckily, she stuck to her principles. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Ling walked back and looked at the young girl. He smiled. Little girl, are you willing to follow us? If you don't, we can give you some money. It's enough for you to live a carefree life. I'm willing. I'm willing. The young girl hurriedly said. She was afraid that she would be chased away by Lin Ling. All right, what's your name? Lin Ling nodded and asked again. My name is Zhang Xiaoning. The young girl said nervously. Xiaoning, that's a good name. From today onwards, you will be in charge of taking care of them. Can you do it? Lin Ling smiled and pointed at Yu and company. Benefactor, I can do it. Xiaoning was born poor. This is not difficult for Xiaoning. All right. You will be in charge of taking care of their daily lives. Stay by their side. After we leave this place, I will teach you some martial arts for self-defense. Also, I can tell you that you have good talent. This talent is called the ultimate desolate body. In the future, you will definitely be above others. Benefactor, I don't wish to be above others. I only wish to stay by the side of Lady Yu and company. Chapter 3601. Evil Intentions. Next, Lin Ling took out some treasures and asked someone to bury Xiao Ning's father. Then, he planned to leave the flower ocean boundary. However, just as they were about to leave the ancient city, a large number of experts surrounded them. There were so many of them that not even a drop of water could get through. It was rare to see so many experts moving together. Hence, many warriors in the city began to talk about it. They were all curious about who had offended the powerful Yu family. A dense murderous aura also quietly spread out on the street. Although Lin Ling and the other two were surrounded, their expressions remained calm. On the other hand, Xiao Ning's face was filled with worry. However, although she did not know what had happened, she stubbornly refused to leave and continued to stand by Yu's side. Your Excellency, why did you kidnap the eldest daughter of the Yu family? At this moment, an old man walked out with his hands behind his back. Yu family? Lin Ling couldn't help but come to a realization. He then laughed sarcastically. It seems that Brother Ling's guess was right. Yu and the rest laughed sarcastically. They also saw Qing in the crowd. However, Qing was being held back by someone. It seemed that she was helpless about this matter. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Lin Ling said calmly. Are you still trying to deny it? The old man shouted coldly. He glared at Lin Ling and said, Where did this junior come from? You have evil intentions. You must have a grudge against the Flying Dragon organization. Hence, you want to borrow the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. The power of the Yu family? Lin Ling was stunned and couldn't help but laugh even louder. He did not know how the Yu family was powerful. Father, it's not like that. At this moment, Qing broke free from her restraints and shouted anxiously. Come back. However, the head of the Yu family caught her quickly. Qing, could only look at Lin Ling and the other two apologetically. However, Lin Ling and the other two did not mind and smiled. Lin Ling's smile gradually turned into a mocking smile. Since he was bored, he might as well play with them. He said calmly, "All right, I admit that it's the powerful Yu family. What does the Yu family plan to do now?" "Just go and tell Lord Hei Long of the Flying Dragon organization that you are trying to frame the Yu family," the old man said coldly. "Clarify? It seems that the Yu family is very afraid of the Flying Dragon organization. However, don't you think that the Yu family is very boring? I saved your young miss, so I will take responsibility for everything. If the Flying Dragon organization wants to find someone, they should be looking for us. Why is your Yu family running out? Is it to prove that the Yu family, the Flying Dragon organization? Is that why you want to distance yourself from me? Or is it both? You to me to you to the family to kill organization? The old man's to say you. Because this was indeed a combination of both. The Flying Dragon organization was too powerful. The Yu family did not want the Flying Dragon organization to misunderstand them. That was why they caught Lin Ling and asked him to clarify the matter. Of course, they also wanted to prove that they were powerful and that they were an ancient family. That was why they sent all of their experts. You have a sharp tongue. I think you just want to use the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. That's why you put on this show. You kidnapped Qing and you let her go. You didn't kill anyone from the Flying Dragon organization. That's a good plan. But with me here, you won't get what you want." The old man shouted angrily as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's tricks. This old man is really imaginative. Lin Ling could not help but admire him. Yu and the rest giggled. They thought so too. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in from the sky. Then, a terrifying airwave turned into a black ancient dragon. It hovered in the sky and shocked the whole city. Lord Black Dragon. Everyone in the city was shocked. Many of them had heard of this expert. It was said that he was an expert from the martial god realm. The faces of the Yu family's people changed drastically. Although they were the most powerful family, they always knew that the real expert was Lord Black Dragon. However, this expert liked to live in seclusion. That was why he rarely interfered with their affairs. Now that such an expert was on the move, something big was going to happen. The Yu family killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? In the sky, a low and deep voice rang out, causing everyone to feel extremely stifled. Killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Who is so bold? Could it be the Yu family? Everyone in the city started to talk about it. The faces of the Yu family members changed greatly. They were wronged. They didn't even know who was in the Flying Dragon organization and who was killed. As for Qing, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed even more. "Tell me, who is it? Don't think that I don't know that the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization have some kind of relationship with each other." The beast-like voice was roaring in the sky. The Yu family members were silent. No one dared to speak. Rumble. At this moment, a powerful wave of air surged down. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt had struck down and landed among the experts of the Yu family. In just one move, the Yu family had lost a large number of people. The faces of the patriarch and the old man instantly turned incomparably pale. He was too strong. They were simply no match for him. "I know, Lord Black Dragon. I know it's them. Suddenly, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and the others as he spoke. Since it had come to this, they had to put the blame on Lin Ling and the others. "It's you guys." The giant black dragon in the sky looked at Lin Ling and the other two with a ferocious aura. However, in the eyes of Lord Black Dragon, Lin Ling and the other two were very ordinary. He did not notice anything special about them. On the other hand, Lin Ling revealed a disdainful smile. How dare a little worm call himself Lord Black Dragon in front of him? Even Yu and the rest laughed in disdain. Of course, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Lord Black Dragon. Instead, he looked at the old man with disgust and said sarcastically, "You said before that I wanted to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. I want to ask, Where is the strength of the Yu family? His words were like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Yu family members. Previously, they appeared arrogantly and domineeringly. They thought that Lin Ling had directed and acted out a show. His goal was to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge. But now, where was the strength of the Yu family? In the face of Lord Black Dragon, the Yu family members were killed and injured in one move. They were begging for mercy. To be honest, if I really wanted to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization, unless I was blind, I wouldn't ask a bunch of bragging and cowardly people like you for help. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a loud slap that made the faces of the Yu family members burn. The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Chapter 3602. Lord Black Dragon. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Secondly, didn't your Yu family say that I directed and acted in a show? But now that the Flying Dragon organization is here, you are saying that I killed them? May I ask, did I direct and act in a show? Or did I really kill someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Lin Ling said again. Another resounding slap rang out. When it landed in the ears of every member of the Yu family, they nearly exploded from anger. Among the members of the Yu family, only Qinger felt extremely carefree. She had already guessed that Lin Ling was the one who saved her and not the one who kidnapped her. Your Yu family is dirty, despicable, shameless, despicable. A family head can't even compare to a little girl. Shame on you. Lin Ling reprimanded the members of the Yu family when they were speechless from anger. You. Everyone from the Yu family stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, they would have cut Lin Ling into pieces. As for Xiao Ning, who was behind Lin Ling, she was shocked. She never expected Uncle Lin to be so powerful that he could intimidate so many experts. Are you afraid of him? For him, you kneeled down and begged for mercy. You even pushed everything to me? Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the black dragon in the sky. I just want to know how you will feel when you realize that the demon king in your heart can't even withstand a single blow. With that said, Lin Ling's eyes moved as the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. The terrifying suppression caused the entire Flower Sea realm to tremble. Everyone found it difficult to breathe as their faces were filled with shock. As for Lord Black Dragon in the sky, he never expected someone to be so strong. He roared and soared into the sky like a flying dragon. But soon, the ancient divine pagoda in the sky made him realize that the divine pagoda was not something he could resist. Lord Black Dragon roared angrily, "Ultimate desolate body?" There was no ultimate desolate body in the Flower Sea realm. Many people did not even know what the ultimate desolate body was. Only Lord Black Dragon knew because he came from the Flying Dragon organization. As for the members of the Yu family, their jaws dropped. Even an expert as strong as Lord Black Dragon was suppressed? For you. Lord Black Dragon roared at the sky, his entire body trembling from the pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill me, the Flying Dragon organization will not let you go. Just wait for the fury of the Flying Dragon organization. You will die without a burial ground. Perhaps, but you won't be able to see that day." Lin Ling shook his head. Flying Dragon organization? He had seen a lot of Lin Ling. Using the Flying Dragon organization to threaten Lin Ling was completely ineffective. Rumble. The ancient divine steel smashed down from the sky, completely suppressing Lord Black Dragon and smashing him into pieces. The whole city was shocked. The people of the Yu family trembled. Killed in one move? That young man was so strong? Everyone was in disbelief. They even felt that it was terrifying and like a dream. After all, everyone in the Flower Ocean realm knew of Lord Black Dragon's strength. Then, many people began to discuss. Previously, the Yu family said that the young man wanted to use the powerful Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. But now, it seems that the young man is much stronger than the Yu family. He doesn't need the Yu family's strength at all. Don't the Yu family feel embarrassed saying such things? Ironically, the Yu family members were killed by Lord Black Dragon, but the one who saved them was that young man. But that young man is so strong. He killed Lord Black Dragon with one giant pagoda. I wonder what cultivation realm he is in. The people of the Yu family were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. How can he be so strong? The Yu family elder's face darkened. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. But in the end, it was his own wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ling embarrassed him in front of the whole city. This made him angry. When he looked at Qing and the Yu family leader, they were also shocked. Especially Qing, she was sure that the young man was her savior. This person is really amazing. The Yu family leader mumbled to himself. Second brother, you're too short-sighted. But at this time, the Yu family elder said coldly, Big brother, what do you mean? The Yu family leader was confused. Although this young man is strong, he killed Master He Long. If Master He Long was alone, we wouldn't care about this young man's rudeness. However, Master He Long has the Flying Dragon organization behind him, so this matter isn't that simple. The old man said seriously. His eyes were shining and he seemed to be looking into the distance. After he said that, the Yu family leader's face changed slightly. He listened to their conversation and frowned. Uncle said that the Yu family wouldn't care about their savior's rudeness? But who in the Yu family could be their savior's opponent? When Lord Black Dragon killed the Yu family members, no one in the Yu family dared to stand up for him. They only begged for mercy. So, what right did the Yu family have to say such words? They even spoke in a superior tone as if the young man was a peasant. Big brother, what do you think we should do? The Yu family leader asked. The old man from the Yu family looked at Lin Ling from afar and said indifferently, Lord Black Dragon is an 8-kill expert of the Flying Dragon organization. He is not to be underestimated. Once he dies, the Flying Dragon organization will not let this matter rest. I fear that they will vent their anger on us. Therefore, this young man must go to the Flying Dragon organization and tell them that this matter has nothing to do with our Yu family. Okay. The Yu family leader nodded and looked at Lin Ling. He said, My friend, do you know that you've made a big mistake? Now, you'd better go to the Flying Dragon organization and apologize to them personally. Also, tell them that this has nothing to do with us. Lin Ling was walking towards Yu and the rest. After hearing what the Yu family leader said, he looked at the Yu family leader strangely and asked, Are you talking to me? Who else could it be? You'd better go immediately. Otherwise, if the Flying Dragon organization gets angry, who's going to bear their anger? The Yu family leader frowned. This time, Lin Ling laughed and shook his head. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Yu and the rest laughed as well. This was the first time they saw such a foolish person. Of course, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't to be trifled with. However, were they easy to be trifled with? You guys really have the life of a dog. When Lord Black Dragon killed your people, none of you dared to say anything. Instead, I killed Lord Black Dragon and you want me to apologize? After laughing, Lin Ling couldn't help but mock. Ignorant kid, you killed Lord Black Dragon. That's your business. However, you've implicated the Yu family. If the Flying Dragon organization starts a massacre, will you stop them? Will you save us? This time, the old man from the Yu family spoke as well. When Qing heard their words, she felt disgusted. Chapter 3603. But Lin Ling, the son of the devil? Ha! Lin Ling laughed again. You said it yourself. I killed Master Black Dragon. That's my business. Since it's my business, then it's none of your business. You are unreasonable. Hearing this, the elder from the Yu family was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the distance also began to discuss spiritedly. The Yu family wanted to distance themselves from this matter, so they wanted the young man to apologize to the Flying Dragon organization. However, since they wanted to distance themselves from this matter, why should the young man give face to the Yu family? Now, the Yu family saw that the young man did not give face to them and was angry. It was as if they were unreasonable if they did not cooperate with them. In fact, the Yu family was the unreasonable one. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Capture him. If you can't capture him alive, then a dead body will do. The elder from the Yu family felt humiliated as he was stared at by so many people. He roared angrily. How dare you? How dare you not listen to the Yu family? Hearing the elder's order, the Yu family's experts began to move. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Perhaps, they had been dominating the area for too long and had forgotten that Lin Ling could kill Master Black Dragon. How could he be afraid of them? You must have a death wish. Looking at the group of people rushing towards him, Lin Ling shook his head. The mockery in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with coldness. At first, Lin Ling was not angry when he was wronged by the Yu family. Instead, he had a mocking attitude. However, he was now disgusted by the Yu family. Get out of my way. Lin Ling did not need to do anything. He only needed to look at them. The Eye of Chaos. A terrifying murderous aura surged towards them like a tidal wave. Rumble. All the Yu family's experts lost consciousness as if they were struck by lightning. Who else wants to capture me? Or you? Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back. Like a god, he looked at the Yu family calmly. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family were too weak, and if it weren't for Qing, he would have killed those experts with one strike. The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's questions. As for the Yu family, no one dared to speak. You are too bold. When the Yu family elders saw that so many people from the Yu family were injured, he roared in anger. So what if I'm bold? What can an ant like you do to me? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. The elder of the Yu family was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He took a step forward and was about to attack. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Eye of Primal Chaos rushed forward. How could the old man of the Yu family block it? The old man from the Yu family spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only taken one step and he no longer had the strength to resist. Weak. Lin Ling continued to look down at the old man and spat out a single word in disdain. This single word made the old man from the Yu family spit out another mouthful of blood. He was filled with hatred, anger, and indignation. How dare you hurt my brother? At this moment, the head of the Yu family shouted angrily. The same goes for you. To me, you are just an ant. Lin Ling looked at the head of the Yu family and a murderous aura filled the air. The head of the Yu family also spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and crashed onto the ground. The two of them could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze. Many martial artists in the city shook their heads. The two experts of the Yu family could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze at all. How dare they ask Lin Ling to apologize? How ironic. Who killed He Long? However, at this moment, the sky was filled with murderous aura. Almost 10,000 people appeared in the sky like ghosts and sealed off the entire city. It was even possible that they had sealed off the entire world. The 10,000 people were silent. However, the murderous aura from them was so dense that it made people feel as if they had met the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it was 10,000 Grim Reapers. The Flying Dragon Organization. The legendary assassin organization. Oh my God, so many people are here. They are here for Lord He Long. Many people started to guess. They looked at Lin Ling quietly. They knew that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling could defeat one assassin, but could he defeat 10,000 assassins? On the ground, the old man from the Yu family was stunned at first. Then he laughed heartily. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling die with his own eyes and let Lin Ling know the consequences of being arrogant. He killed He Long. The old man from the Yu family shouted and pointed at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins all looked at Lin Ling. The murderous aura that was formed by their murderous aura was almost materialized. At this moment, more people thought that Lin Ling was not a match for these assassins. Not at all. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Flying Dragon Organization, it is time to end the grudge between us. As soon as he said that, the entire city fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant when he was about to die. The old man from the Yu family could not help but laugh excitedly. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins also revealed their murderous aura. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Are you the son of Devil Lin Ling? Then an old man walked out from the crowd. When the assassins saw him, they immediately took a step back. This old man was an expert who had killed 13 people. His status was higher than theirs. "I am Lin Ling. Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling looked at the old man. Finally, he saw a strong expert. Unfortunately, he was only at the later stage of the Sage Realm. This old man was only at the Sage Realm. This showed how weak the other assassins were. Of course, to the Yu family, these assassins were powerful experts. "You are indeed Lin Ling." When he heard Lin Ling's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. He had received a secret order from the Flying Dragon Organization. It said that Black Dragon of the Flying Dragon Organization had died. They were on their way to the Blackstone Empire, so they came to take a look. Originally, they wanted to start a massacre. However, at this crucial moment, the old man saw a familiar face. In the end, he confirmed that the young man was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the nightmare of all the major forces in the 9 prefectures. How could he resist him? Even if all the assassins were killed, they would not be able to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Moreover, he had also heard that Lin Ling had almost uprooted the godly escort mansion. If those old monsters had not begged for mercy, the godly escort mansion would no longer exist in the 9 prefectures. As for the Fu Hang Manor, he had heard that in order to appease Lin Ling, they had agreed to any of Lin Ling's conditions. Therefore, the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization had also told them that if they met Lin Ling, ordinary assassins were not a match for Lin Ling. On the contrary, if they angered Lin Ling, it would lead to a battle between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon Organization. This would be even more disadvantageous for the Flying Dragon Organization. This was an order personally issued by the god of assassins. No one in the Flying Dragon Organization dared to disobey. "Oh my god, I almost attacked Lin Ling." Chapter 3604. Don't be calculative. Thinking of this, the old man took the initiative to give himself a vicious slap. It was extremely powerful. A tooth flew from the sky to the ground like a kite with a broken string. "I deserve to die. I didn't know it was Sir Lin Ling. I hope Sir Lin Ling won't be calculative." After slapping himself, the old man quickly bowed and said. Then he slapped himself again. "Why are you in a daze? Apologize." Then, the old man looked at the 10,000 assassins and roared. The assassins were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, the old man's status was higher than theirs, so they could only do as he said. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the sky. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Yu family. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. "Did I see a ghost?" The old man from the Yu family muttered to himself. After saying that, he slapped himself hard. However, the result was that this slap was very painful. This also meant that he wasn't dreaming. However, 10,000 assassins slapped his own face and apologized. This was too fake. One had to know that these assassins were more powerful than Sir Black Dragon. "Sir Lin Ling, what do you think about this?" After slapping himself, the old assassin looked at Lin Ling and said. His eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Lin Ling would start a massacre. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This assassin was smart. If these assassins dared to make a move before, Lin Ling could finish them off in less than half an hour. Let's forget about this. However, there won't be a next time. Although Lin Ling had a grudge against the Flying Dragon Organization, he wanted to fight the top assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization, not these small fries. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Hearing his words, everyone from the Flying Dragon Organization heaved a sigh of relief. "Alright, if you don't want to fight, I'll take my leave first." Then Lin Ling walked towards Yu and the rest. Don't fight, absolutely don't fight. Take care, Lord Lin Ling." The old man bowed again. Those who did not know him would think that Lin Ling was the expert of the Flying Dragon Organization. All the assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization respectfully welcomed Lin Ling's departure. This made the people of the Yu family feel like they were dreaming. Previously, the Yu family had asked Lin Ling to go to the Flying Dragon Organization to apologize. Now that the Flying Dragon organization had come, what was the use? Lin Ling didn't need to apologize at all. On the contrary, the Flying Dragon organization had to bow and apologize like a lapdog. Who can tell me what happened? After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the old man's temperament finally changed. He became extremely cold and indifferent as he looked at the crowd on the ground. Well, actually, it's nothing much. If Senior has something to do, then please take your leave first. Someone said with a chuckle. Perhaps he thought that the old man was easy to talk to because he had nodded and bowed before him. However, he had forgotten that this kind of easiness depended on the person. Lin Ling had the qualifications to make the assassins bow and bow, but the rest of the people here didn't. If you don't speak, then die. The old man shouted coldly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but on the ground, dozens of lives were taken in an instant. Only then did the people react. It turned out that different people received different treatment. To these assassins, they were actually ants. Kill them all. The old man no longer bowed and bowed like before. He was a living god of death. The assassins immediately pounced and killed a large number of martial artists in a single breath. Blood flowed like a river. I'll talk. Many of the martial artists were afraid and immediately recounted what had happened. The assassins also stopped their attacks and quietly listened. But with every word they heard, their hearts began to violently jump. This Yu family was really bold. They actually made Lin Ling come to the Flying Dragon organization to apologize. Damn it, were their heads kicked by a donkey? Or were they trying to frame the Flying Dragon organization? Many assassins couldn't help but shake their heads. No wonder Senior Lin Ling left directly. It seemed that Senior Lin Ling didn't even bother to make a move against these ignorant ants. You dare to order Senior Lin Ling around? What a joke, what a joke. Let me tell you, Senior Lin Ling's achievements in the 9 prefectures is something you can't hope to achieve in your lifetime. Sigh, I don't even bother to explain it to you ants. Everyone listen up, kill everyone from the Yu family. The old man laughed mockingly and ordered the assassins to charge at the Yu family. No. Spare us. Why did the Flying Dragon organization bow and bow to that young man, but kill us all? Could it be that the young man's background is bigger than the Flying Dragon organization? The Yu family finally knew the taste of regret. The old man from the Yu family trembled. Thinking back to everything that happened, he wanted to slap himself 3 times. Even the Flying Dragon organization was afraid of that young man. This meant that the young man was definitely a big shot in the martial god world, a true expert. However, he thought that the young man wanted to use the Yu family's strength to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. He thought that as long as he forced Lin Ling to apologize, the Yu family would be safe and sound. However, the result told him that the young man was on a completely different level from what he thought. While he was thinking, a dagger suddenly came from the void and cut the old man's neck. The old man died with his eyes wide open. His decision had caused the Yu family to die. The warriors in the distance trembled in fear. They didn't expect that the Yu family's decision would cause the destruction of a family with 10,000 years of history. However, they didn't feel that the Yu family was pitiful. Instead, they felt that the Yu family deserved it. Don't kill anymore. At this time, Qing rushed over and stood in front of the Yu family. The Yu family patriarch cried out in pain, "Qing, don't." At this moment, the Yu family patriarch finally realized that he was wrong, very wrong. He didn't hate the mysterious young man at all because he knew that if the young man wanted to kill them, the Flying Dragon organization wouldn't even have a chance to do so. The young man was more than enough to wipe out the Yu family. The young man didn't do anything because he didn't want to, or because he wanted to save face for Qing. However, the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization didn't care about Qing at all. In their eyes, there were only 2 kinds of people, the living and the dead. Therefore, their killing intent was locked onto Qing. I saved her not long ago. If you kill her, won't my efforts be in vain? At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded. All the assassins were stunned. The old man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Ling had left, he still seemed to be paying attention to this place. Get lost! He roared. then shot forward and kicked away the assassin who was pouncing on Qing. He knew that if the woman was killed, Lin Ling would definitely come back. Then all the assassins would die here. Speaking of which, he was quite depressed. Chapter 3605. In the Blackstone Empire. Thank you, sir, for your help. The assassin who was kicked away by the old man said gratefully. He had almost committed a grave mistake. The old man waved his hand and looked at the stubborn Qing. In the end, he said, "You're lucky that the big shot stepped in for you. Your family has escaped this calamity. Let's go." The assassins left with the old man. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. However, the people were upset because the Yu family had suffered great losses. If it wasn't for Qing, they would have been uprooted. Qing, I didn't expect you to save the Yu family in the end. The Yu family head looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Lin Ling had left the Sea of Flowers boundary with Yu and the rest. Lin Ling covered Xiao Ning with his boundary essence so that she would be safe and sound. However, the little girl's face was filled with various emotions. She was excited and shocked. She was excited because she could fly and she had arrived at the starry sky world. She was excited because this was the first time she had seen the starry sky world. It was beautiful. She was shocked because Uncle Lin was so powerful. Even the Yu family was no match for him. She was glad that she had persevered. If she had followed the young master of the Yu family, she would have been an ordinary person for the rest of her life. Xiao Ning, how do you feel? Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at Xiao Ning with concern. Thank you, Auntie Yu and Auntie Gu. Xiao Ning is fine. Xiao Ning quickly bowed and said with great respect, "You child, how many times have I told you? We are a family, not a servant." Yu and the rest said helplessly. Lin Ling smiled. He had used his boundary essence to protect Xiao Ning. He knew that Xiao Ning would be fine. Brother Ling, why didn't you kill those assassins from the Flying Dragon organization? Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling. She also knew that Lin Ling had a deep grudge with the Flying Dragon organization, so she asked curiously. Those assassins are just small fries. The true expert of the Flying Dragon organization is the god of assassins. Moreover, they've all gathered in the Darkstone Empire at this moment. I presume they've probably encountered some sort of precious treasure. So if I kill those assassins, it would alert the enemy. Lin Ling said with a smile. So that's how it is. Yu and the others nodded in understanding. On the other hand, Lin Ling gazed at Little Ning and said, "Little Ning, your natural talent isn't weak. Once we return to the final world, I'll get someone to guide you. At that time, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds as well." When Xiao Ning suddenly heard Lin Ling talking to her, her heart immediately raced. She hurriedly saluted and nodded. Seeing this, Yu and the others secretly laughed. They guessed in their hearts that this little girl probably liked Big Brother Ling. This was normal. After all, every young girl in her prime had a hero's dream. Lin Ling, whether it was strength, appearance, or temperament, all met the requirements. He was a true hero who could support heaven and earth. The few of them traveled through the void. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Blackstone Empire. This realm was even larger than the Sea of Flowers realm. The ground was filled with pitch-black rocks. At a glance, it was boundless. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from it. This realm is not simple. Lin Ling floated in the sky and muttered to himself. Then he led Yu and the others forward. The Blackstone Empire was extremely vast. After walking for half a day, they did not see a single person. The ground was ancient and lonely. The pitch-black rocks made one feel depressed. The vice principal said that this mission will be carried out by the 10 great academies, and I'm just going through the motions. However, so far, I haven't seen any experts from the other academies. Lin Ling looked into the distance and frowned. However, at this moment, his eyes flashed. A familiar aura floated from the distance. Although it was dim, Lin Ling's soul power increased greatly. He instantly sensed it. Could it be that the so-called mutated warriors are actually the World Will? Lin Ling had seen this aura before. It was the World Will. Follow me. Lin Ling increased his speed and shot forward. Yu and the others quickly followed behind. Not long after, under an ancient black mountain, Lin Ling saw more than 10 experts in long robes. They were besieging a monster. This monster was about 20 meters tall. It was extremely tall and sturdy. Its body was pitch black and could explode with great power. However, the two sides seemed to have been fighting for a long time, so they were exhausted. Moreover, there were a few corpses on the ground. They must have been killed by the monster. At this moment, the monster suddenly roared into the sky. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the monster to suddenly become larger. It held 2 huge hammers in its hands. With a sudden smash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This smash also caused many experts to vomit blood. The situation suddenly became dangerous. When Lin Ling saw this, the dragon bow quietly appeared in his hand. He quickly pulled it out. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Countless dragon god's arrows shot towards the monster, and shot towards the monster's forehead. This monster was amazing. It was like a hairless bear king. After being shot between the eyebrows by an arrow, it was safe and sound. Instead, it became even crazier. However, Lin Ling's 1,000 Buddhas greeting was not just a mere arrow. If one arrow could not penetrate it, so what if there were 10,000 arrows? Swoosh, swoosh. A dense barrage of dragon god arrows shot out and finally blasted the monster alive, leaving behind a black rock that was as thick as a finger. It was sucked into Lin Ling's right hand and fell into his hand. Dead. The experts around were stunned at first. Then, their faces instantly turned ugly. They had almost killed the monster, but someone suddenly ran out and interrupted them and snatched their prey. One had to know that the mission assigned to them by the academy was to kill these strange warriors. The monster looked terrifying, but in fact, it was transformed from a human. A strange force had entered its body and caused this change. Who are you? How dare you snatch our prey? Do you want to die? A moment later, a young man with long hair shouted angrily at Lin Ling, "What a joke! Is your name written on the head of the prey? Or has the prey been killed by you? Since there is no prey, then the capable will get it." Lin Ling also realized that his mission was to kill these monsters. As long as he killed 10 of them, he could complete the mission assigned by the academy. Bullshit. If we hadn't been fighting with that monster for so long, do you think you would have a chance? Damn it, tell me your name. I want to see which academy you are from. The young man from before gritted his teeth and cursed. Watch your mouth. Lin Ling frowned and said coldly, although you've been fighting with the monster for a long time, you didn't manage to kill it. Instead, I saved some of you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're being rude? You're fucking talking nonsense. All of them were furious when they heard this. I remember now. He is the son of Demon Lin Ling, the guy who created the record in the Ethereal Tower. Chapter 3606. Disdain. What? He's Lin Ling? I heard that this guy isn't weak at all. He's just someone with an undeserved reputation. He can only be proud in the God's second hall, but he's nothing in the God's third hall. The experts started to discuss among themselves, and some of them were solemn. Some of them were disdainful. It was obvious that these experts were from the 36 academies. There were experts from the God's second hall, God's first hall, and God's third hall. As for Lin Ling, he was recognized as an expert of the God's third hall. So many of them were naturally afraid of him. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be a saint after not seeing you for so long. However, we're experts from the Divine Maple Academy. You're not giving the Divine Maple Academy any face by snatching our spoils. At this moment, a handsome man walked out indifferently. Pang Yu. The experts from the Divine Maple Academy's God's third hall were recorded on the God's list. It could be said that those who could enter the God's list were stronger than ordinary God's third hall experts. Moreover, this person was a second talisman God Paladin. Divine Paladin, this was a title of honor and pride. It not only represented strength but also identity. Then what do you want? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Among this group of people, this man could be considered the strongest. Very simple. Let's fight. If you win, the spoils will belong to you. If I win, the spoils will belong to me. How about it? Pang Yu said indifferently. There was a jade-like light on the surface of his body, and there was a colorful light behind him. The combination of the two lights gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Sure, let's decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song on his back. Shameless boasting. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the loser will definitely be you. Pang Yu was stunned, and he immediately became unhappy. It was undeniable that Lin Ling did have some ability to break the first-place record in the God's Tower. However, Lin Ling was ultimately not an expert on the God's list, and he was a genuine expert on the God's list. However, Lin Ling wanted to decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? That was a dream. Cut the crap, take this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. The tyrant's song sword seemed to have arrived from the era of the gods. It cut through the sky and slashed towards Pang Yu. On the horizon, a dazzling beam of light arrived like a shooting star. Titan! When he saw this, Pang Yu shouted in a low voice as well, and then a wisp of an ancient aura erupted from him like a god and a demon. Rumble! An enormous divine python shot into the sky from behind Pang Yu. This divine python was like an ancient tree that towered into the sky, and its body was covered in multicolored scales. Moreover, it had a blood-red python crown on its head. Divine Titan Snake. The experts of the Divine Maple Academy all cried out in alarm. This is a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. That's not all. It said that Brother Pang's ultimate desolate body is about to be upgraded, so it should be at the peak of grade 5. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. At that time, we'll be able to brag that Lin Ling from the Transcendence Tower was defeated by an expert from the Divine Maple Academy. Many people roared in excitement. Rumble! At that moment, Lin Ling slashed down with his sword. However, a divine python immediately rushed out from the ground and blocked Lin Ling's sword. This talent is quite impressive. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At the same time, he recalled a classic saying, "A greedy snake swallows an elephant." This meant that the python had the strength to swallow an elephant. However, it was too greedy and failed. As for the divine python in front of him, it was definitely a seed of gods from the era of gods. That's all you've got. At that moment, Pang Yu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lin Ling was only at the sage realm, but his strength was beyond imagination. This strength was also very strange. Not only did his Jie Yuan not seem to be at the sage realm, it even had an additional physical strength. It was no wonder that Lin Ling's name could shake the 36 academies. He was indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Lin Ling muttered to himself. With a twitch of his brows, an ancient divine monument came crashing down from the sky. Rumble! Pang Yu stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack. However, he also grinned and said, "That's all you've got." Is that so? Lin Ling still said the same thing. He was not moved at all and did not show any anger. However, the sword in his hand suddenly surged with murderous intent. Demonic sword. It gradually increased from 10% to 30%. Pang Yu's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the power of an ancestor and was so powerful? Do you still dare to say that? Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and maintained his slashing posture. However, he also said sarcastically. This sentence was full of ridicule, causing Pang Yu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's all you've got. Pang Yu also roared and unleashed his full strength. The Titan Divine Python behind him made a strange sound. Then, a large number of pythons appeared. They were densely packed and covered the entire ground. It made one's scalp tingle. These pythons swam out and kept intertwining, forming a huge python pillar. It surged into the sky in an attempt to block Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! The Blackstone Empire was also in a frenzy at this moment. What a terrifying power! The Divine Maple Academy's experts all retreated, their faces full of admiration. It seems that you've only got this much. However, Lin Ling's expression still did not change when such a huge power appeared. The tyrannical song sword in his hand suddenly became terrifying. Endless murderous intent spread and rushed toward the pythons on the ground. Those pythons were hit by the murderous intent and immediately became motionless like stone statues. At the same time, Lin Ling's demonic sword had also increased to 40%, causing Pang Yu to sink. His eyes instantly turned red as he tried to block Lin Ling's sword, but it was useless. Big Brother Pang, you can do it. This one-sided battle undoubtedly caused the Divine Maple Academy's experts to shout. They did not want Pang Yu to lose. It would be a great humiliation for the Divine Maple Academy. However, was shouting useful? Eye of Chaos. At this moment, Lin Ling used another technique. His eyes changed. They were ancient, ferocious, and terrifying. The moment these eyes appeared, a formless and colorless ferocious aura arrived, causing all the pythons on the ground to tremble and flee through the cracks in the ground. As for Pang Yu, his eyes turned blank. His heart of martial arts was attacked by the ferocious aura. For a moment, he began to doubt himself. However, it was not only him. Even the experts not far away were affected. Rumble. Pang Yu's aura weakened, and Lin Ling's sword slashed down as if it could split the heavens and earth. Swoosh. The largest Titan divine python was cut in half by the sword. When the sword slashed the ground, the entire ground cracked open. Even the black rocks could not block Lin Ling's sword. As for Pang Yu, he was slashed to the ground. A sword scar appeared on his cheek, and blood slowly flowed out. However, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, he looked at him with disdain. I've lost. Pang Yu looked blankly at the man floating in the sky. His confidence in himself was shaken again. What's your rank on the divine list's stairway to heaven? In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at him indifferently. Number 467. Pang Yu weakly replied. No wonder you're so weak. Chapter 3607. Kill stealing. Wait, how did you defeat me? Moreover, you defeated me, why aren't you happy at all? You have to know that you defeated an expert on the god list. Seeing Lin Ling calmly leave, Pang Yu roared in disbelief. Although Lin Ling broke the record of the God's Tower, from the perspective of the 36 academies, he is only an expert of the third hall. He can't even be counted as an expert on the god list, let alone God's Paladin. But now, Lin Ling defeated him, which means that Lin Ling is also a God's Paladin and can enter the god list. However, with such an honor, Lin Ling doesn't have the slightest bit of pride. A long, long time ago, I was able to defeat an expert on the god list. Lin Ling's voice finally came from the distance. His words made Pang Yu's body tremble. He remembered everything he knew about Lin Ling. Snow Wind Academy's newcomer king. Snow Wind Academy's first hall. In the 36 academies, he was the first sage to pass the God's trial and even broke the record of the God's Tower. This kind of rising star is also someone that every third hall's expert wants to defeat because they can use this opportunity to shake the world. But after this battle, Pang Yu discovered that the gap between him and Lin Ling is too big. Because a long, long time ago, Lin Ling was able to defeat an expert like Pang Yu. Just how strong is he? Pang Yu shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, and knew that Lin Ling didn't hurt him because he disdained to do so. The surrounding experts of the Divine Maple Academy were also shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. This guy is really abnormal. He said that he would finish the battle in an incense stick's worth of time, but it seems like he just became an expert of the third hall. Yes, I have been an expert of the third hall for 300 years, but I still can't enter the god list. But he just entered the third hall circle and he can already defeat an expert on the god list. It's too enviable. Maybe this guy was already so powerful when he was in the Shin-E hall. Following that, those experts discussed animatedly, extremely depressed. They could only let Lin Ling snatch the spoils of war. In fact, Lin Ling really disdained to make a move against Pang Yu. He was only interested in people like Duan Wuzhan and Duan Wuhan. After that, Lin Ling casually walked around the Blackstone Empire. At the same time, he was constantly hunting down mutant martial artists. 2 of them. 3 venerables. 5 of them. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to completing the mission. It had to be said that this mission was really simple. Lin Ling was just going through the motions. However, Lin Ling's luck seemed to be pretty good when he found the 10th variant race martial artist. Because he had met someone from the Flying Dragon organization. These people were also besieging a mutated warrior. However, after the mutated warrior was absorbed by the world's will, it transformed into a massive ancient tree. Powerful energy spewed out from the ancient tree, allowing it to resist the ultimate desolate body of an expert. Kill him. We must get the map. The Lord said that the map hid a warrior with wood elemental talent. It should be him. Boss Gajian, our luck is pretty good. A large number of excited voices came from the crowd. Leading them was a handsome youth. He held a white jade wine flask in his hand as he casually drank from it. The key is mine. After drinking a mouthful, the youth lazily said. He appeared extremely confident. The experts in the surroundings were not weak. After crazily attacking, the ancient tree's leaves also scattered. A large amount of World Will's power was disappearing. However, what was strange was that this World Will's power was actually green and no longer black. The last variant race martial artist. Furthermore, our luck is pretty good. We have met the Flying Dragon organization. It looks like we will have to kill Steel again. From afar, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He warned Yu and company before shooting forward. As for Yu and company, they laughed. During this period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have killed quite a number of kills. The others could only curse their bad luck when they met him. There are a total of 8 maps. Rather than calling it a map, it's better to call it a key. Those who possess the map can sit on the 8 Kings' throne and enter there. If I can obtain the treasure left behind by Godslayer, I can also become the next Godslayer. The youth who was drinking laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Boss Shunjian, this is your lucky chance. The Flying Dragon organization's future belongs to you. A good start is half the battle. Now, all that's left is for Boss Gajian to obtain the map. The surrounding people immediately began to flatter him. This left Lin Ling speechless. Didn't they say that the Flying Dragon organization was made up of cold-blooded killers? How could there be such a retard? From the looks of it, regardless of the large faction, there would be differences in strength. Birds of a feather flock together. Perhaps those killers who were the least like killers would gather together. Brothers, don't worry, if I become the god of assassins, you can kill as many people as you want, I can satisfy you. The young man called Shunjian was still drinking, his face was red, he seemed to be even more excited. Sorry to interrupt. This variant warrior is mine. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice finally sounded, interrupting everyone's excitement. Next, a sword descended from the sky, revealing its sharpness, and cut the ancient tree in half. From the ancient tree, a dazzling golden key appeared. The key was about the size of a palm, and a large number of complicated runes were engraved on it. After Lin Ling glanced at it, he stretched out his left hand and sucked the key into his hand. Everyone was silent. All the killers looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Who the fuck are you? A moment later, the youth who was drinking roared angrily. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you are very unlucky to have met me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fuck. Rebel. Rebel. Kill him. Kill him. How dare you steal our treasure? Kill him. The people around the youth reacted one by one, and their eyes instantly turned red with anger. However, as soon as Lin Ling moved, all the angry voices disappeared, because Lin Ling had already disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in front of the young man in an instant. He said calmly, Your wine seems to be quite good. Kill him. This caused the youth's pupils to constrict. What fast speed! The guy in front of him was definitely not ordinary. Tell me, where does the Flying Dragon organization want to go, and what do you want? Also, what is the use of this key? Kill him. Lin Ling shook the key in his hand. When the key appeared, everyone's eyes followed the key, and their bodies trembled with anger. That was because the Flying Dragon organization had asked them to look for a mutant martial artist with a key, and their luck was pretty good. They had almost gotten the key, but an arrogant person suddenly ran over. Not only did he steal the monster, he even stole the key. This was a cooked duck flying away. Bastard. Chapter 3608. Listen to the 8 gods' heavenly palace again. Especially the young man who was drinking, he was the most furious, because his chance to rise to the top had instantly disappeared, and he was forcefully stepped down from the clouds. Just as he was about to roar, a sword landed beside his neck, stopping him from doing anything else. Speak. If you don't die. Lin Ling said indifferently. Big brother Xinjian, don't say it, we assassins are the most arrogant. The others immediately said angrily. This was too much. After snatching their treasures, they actually dared to threaten them. However, Lin Ling did not waste his breath. The sword lightly moved forward, cutting through the young man's skin. This sword also caused the young man to instantly surrender, his forehead covered in sweat as he shouted, 8 gods' heavenly palace. It's the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There are 8 keys. After gathering all of them, we can reach the 5th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. And our Flying Dragon organization is here to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed in disdain, and asked again, what treasure does the 8 gods' heavenly palace have that attracted your Flying Dragon organization? However, after feeling the cold air on his neck, he finally opened his mouth. The god-killing shield, the god-killing dagger, these are the divine tools left behind by the god-killing assassin. Our Flying Dragon organization's goal is these 2 treasures, and the god-killing assassin is the totem of the Flying Dragon organization, and is also the only god of assassins in the era of gods. In the Flying Dragon organization, whoever obtains the god-killing treasure will be the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization, and can summon the Flying Dragon organization. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, so that's how it is. It seems that for these 2 treasures, even the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization has come. And to Lin Ling, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. After obtaining the information he wanted, Lin Ling also planned to leave, but just as he took a step, his gaze landed on the wine pot in the young man's hand. This wine pot was somewhat extraordinary. It seemed to be a divine tool. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling staring at him with ill intentions, the young man quietly took a step back. Hee, it's a waste for you to keep this jug. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Ling was also a wine lover. When he smelled the aroma of the wine, he couldn't help himself. You stole the key, and now you dare to steal my wine jug. The young man roared angrily. He actually regarded the wine jug as more important than his own life, and began to fight Lin Ling with all his might. However, this was of no use at all. Lin Ling easily dealt with him and even trampled him under his feet. TSK, a divine barrier. Furthermore, it was forged with solemn Yishen mud, heavenly jewels, and the 7 saints' flame thunderfire. Furthermore, it probably took 10,000 years to forge. After checking the wine jug, Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was because this wine jug had a huge function, and that was to pour any water into it. After 2 hours, it would turn into fine wine. It was extremely convenient. Furthermore, if some heavenly treasures were added, the taste of the wine would be even better. This was simply an automatic winemaker. Moreover, not only was the winemaking speed fast, the wine that was brewed was also very old. It's mine. Lin Ling immediately put away the wine jug. You're dead meat. This wine jug belongs to the Emperor of Assassins of our Flying Dragon organization. He's just borrowing it. If you dare to take it away, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he'll catch you. That elder is famous for only recognizing the wine jug and not the person. On the ground, Xinjian was so angry that his nose was crooked. Shut up, loser. Lin Ling knocked him out with 1 foot. Then he strode into the sky and left with Yu and the others. Who is this person? How dare he provoke the Flying Dragon organization? Damn it. Not only did he steal the key, but he also stole the Emperor of Assassins' Jade Ice wine jug. He's dead meat. There's a barrier around the wine jug. If the Emperor of Assassins can find him through the wine jug, he's definitely dead meat. The assassins were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only whisper among themselves. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling heard them, he didn't care at all. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw the barrier hidden in the wine jug and easily destroyed it. However, the barrier was carved on the inside of the wine jug. Therefore, even if it was destroyed, it would still be effective for a short period of time. It would allow the original owner to detect Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't care about this. First, the Flying Dragon organization had tried to kill him many times. They were just collecting interest. Second, there weren't many people in the Flying Dragon organization who could kill him. 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Then, Lin Ling looked at the golden key in his hand. His face revealed a look of nostalgia. Brother Lin Ling, it's the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace again. Yu naturally knew about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. It was one of the 7 great forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures. It was also the only heavenly palace that no one had reached its peak. Lin Ling sighed. In his previous life, he had entered the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace many times, but he had only reached the 6th level. And in this life, Lin Ling had already ventured out twice. This would be the 3rd time. No matter what, he wouldn't miss it. The opening of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace is always a sensational event. I'm afraid that this time is no exception. Let's go, Yu. We can't miss such a grand event. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. But Yu and Jianghu looked at each other and nodded. On the other hand, Xiao Ning was a little confused. She didn't know anything about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. However, she was getting more and more excited, because following Lin Ling, she had seen many things that she would never have the chance to see in her entire life, especially in the past. Every time she saw Lin Ling being provoked, she would tremble in fear. However, in the end, Lin Ling would crush his opponents every time. This made her admire him greatly. The key in Lin Ling's hand kept flashing, and it actually pointed out the direction. According to the young man, there were 8 keys. After collecting all the keys, the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace could be opened. This meant that if they followed the direction, they would definitely find the other 7 keys. At that moment, Lin Ling followed the direction of the keys. Along the way, he encountered more and more experts. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be experts from various big academies. However, there were even more experts in the center. In an open-air ruin, a large number of people were sitting there. Many tables were set up, and on the tables were a large amount of delicious food. We're here. Lin Ling looked at the key in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Brother Ling, there seems to be a lot of experts over there. Jianghu immediately reminded him. Don't worry, we're not weak either. Lin Ling pinched Jianghu's little face and smiled faintly. This made Jianghu glare at him coquettishly and scold, "You're so annoying." At the side, Yu immediately covered her mouth and laughed, while Xiao Ning's pretty face suddenly blushed. The few of them quickly landed on the ground and then walked toward the ruin. There were many experts from various academies around them. Some of them were also walking toward the ruin, while others were watching from afar. I heard that Princess Tian found a mystery realm. Currently, she's gathering experts there. Chapter 3609. Heroes Assembly. I heard it's the 8 Gods' Celestial Palace. Unfortunately, the 8 Gods' Celestial Palace isn't a place anyone can enter unless they're invited. The passers-by discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with envy. As experts of the academy, they had naturally heard of the 8 Gods' Celestial Palace. The palace left behind by the gods contained countless treasures. If one could obtain one, they would be able to soar to the heavens. However, the 8 Gods' Celestial Palace was monopolized by experts, causing many people to only be able to watch and not enter. Only the truly famous experts would receive an invitation. Miao Shen's true inheritance? Brother Ling, Sister Yeshui is also a true disciple of Miao Shen. I wonder if she knows this Princess Tin. Yu immediately whispered upon hearing the voices around her. That's hard to say. After all, Miao Shen's true inheritance is also very big. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, but what makes me curious is how many experts have gathered at the 8 Gods' Celestial Palace this time. As they walked, they finally arrived at the entrance of the ruins. However, there were many guards here, and they were all experts of the academy. To be able to summon experts of the academy as guards, this also showed the prestige of the master. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Those people immediately looked at Lin Ling expressionlessly. Invitation? Lin Ling frowned. He definitely didn't have such a thing. However, he had the key. If the master knew about this, he would definitely welcome him. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately said. I don't know. Without the key, no one can enter the banquet. You guys can leave by yourselves. The few guards said nonchalantly, their faces expressionless as if Lin Ling and the others were mere ants. Snobs. Shen Yuang instantly frowned and subconsciously cursed. Although these people were martial artists of the academy, they weren't strong. Who gave them the courage? No invitation. Lin Ling, you're really unlucky. At this time, a loud laughter suddenly sounded, causing Lin Ling to turn around and see a familiar face. Wu Zun. Lin Ling did not expect that after the divine artifact competition ended, Wu Zun would actually come here too. Lin Ling, aren't you very powerful in the Heaven Sword City? Why was he not welcomed here? Wu Zun led several people over. When he saw Lin Ling, Wu Zun grew even more excited. Country bumpkin, this is Princess Tian's hero's feast. Hero. Do you know what a hero is? You don't seem to understand. You can only be a bear for the rest of your life. See? This is the invitation. It's made of black gold. Do you have it? You don't have it at all, and you still want to participate in the banquet? Dream on. Wu Zun said proudly as an invitation appeared in his hand. He had suffered too much humiliation at the hands of Lin Ling. This time, he would definitely seize the opportunity to release the unhappiness in his heart. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. Wu Zun was already inferior to him in the Tongshan Tower, let alone now. He could not understand where this guy's confidence came from. Could it be that he had suffered too much, causing his heart to become twisted? You guys, why aren't you chasing him away? In the name of Princess Tin, kick him out. Kick all of you out. After feeling proud, Wu Zun said to the guards. Then he naturally looked at Lin Ling proudly. However, when he saw Yu Yu and the rest, he became spirited. Of course, don't chase these beauties away. I can bring them along. Before he could finish speaking, a fist broke through the void, arriving at a speed faster than 500 worlds. It was Lin Ling. Bang. The fist hit Wu Zun's face, breaking his nose. Blood gushed out from his nose and teeth, causing him to bend over like a shrimp and squat on the ground. Lin Ling shook his head. When facing an idiot like Wu Zun, sometimes there was no need to talk nonsense. One could just directly attack. Bang. Then, Lin Ling stepped on Wu Zun's shoulder, forcing him to the ground, and said indifferently, "Aren't you very talkative? Now, say another one." Bang! This scene undoubtedly shocked many people. Who is that? How unlucky, to be trampled under someone's foot. Bang! It's Wu Zun. He's not weak, an expert who just entered the god list. Bang! Compared to Wu Zun, the one who stepped on him is more domineering. Bang! After being stepped on by Lin Ling, Wu Zun tried to resist and stand up several times, but his body was so heavy that any resistance was ineffective. This made him so angry that his nose was crooked. How many times had he been humiliated by Lin Ling? If he did not remember wrongly, this was the third time. What are you all standing there for? Our distinguished guest invited by Princess Tian is now being beaten up. Are you still not going to do anything? Bang! However, Wu Zun was not stupid. He knew that he was not Lin Ling's opponent, so he asked for help from others. The guards frowned. In fact, they also felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. He stepped on people in front of the heroes' assembly. He did not put Princess Tian in his eyes at all. Moreover, the heroes' assembly had gathered experts from various academies. What qualifications did this youth have to be arrogant? Your Excellency, this is Princess Tian's private place. You are behaving atrociously here. Please come with us and release the person under your foot. One of them said indifferently. Private place? Lin Ling could not help but laugh. This Princess Tian really knew how to think. After all, everyone came to the Blackstone Empire at about the same time. Now, the Blackstone Empire had become Princess Tian's private place. What if I don't release him? What if I don't come with you? Lin Ling said indifferently. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Let me remind your excellency. As guards, we may not be the strongest. However, the Heroes' Assembly is full of experts. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, look at its master. The guard said again. His words carried a strong threat. What he meant was that Princess Tian and the experts of the Heroes' Assembly were not people you could provoke. You'd better listen to them obediently. You also know that you are dogs. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, he kicked out. Lin Ling used a lot of strength in this kick. Boom! The guard immediately shot forward like a cannonball, smashing through many ruins. You! The remaining guards suddenly narrowed their eyes. You want to threaten me, Lin Ling? Why don't you look at your own abilities? Lin Ling waved his right hand heavily. His palms swept out like a dragon's claw, sweeping the remaining guards away. Then Lin Ling kicked again. Wu Zun, who was under his foot, was kicked forward like trash. At the same time, he said indifferently, Wu Zun, you have repeatedly humiliated and provoked me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? His leg was like the leg of a world-swallowing beast and the tail of a dragon god. It was not something that Wu Zun could block. However, when Wu Zun heard Lin Ling's words, he was so angry that he bit his teeth. If he had repeatedly provoked Lin Ling, Wu Zun would accept it. But repeatedly humiliating Lin Ling? Who was the one humiliating who? Chapter 3610. 8 seats. Fuck, domineering. How domineering? Without an invitation token, he actually barged in. This fellow is too ferocious. However, who the hell is he? Isn't he a little too bold? This is truly a forceful barge. The surrounding people were given a fright as they watched Lin Ling enter the banquet. Rumble. At this moment, Wu Zun was being kicked forward by Lin Ling like a rubber ball. When he reached the banquet, he knocked over a large number of tables, affecting the eating of the experts. Finally, an expert snorted and kicked out, sending Wu Zun flying into the distance like trash. Poor Wu Zun. He was an expert in the ethereal towers assessment, but in the banquet he was as insignificant as an ant. The entire banquet fell silent. A frightening baleful aura stealthily permeated the air. All the experts in the banquet were looking at Lin Ling. And for these experts to be invited by Princess Tin, how weak could they be? It could be said that the people who appeared here all had the title of Sacred Knight of the Three Talisman Gods. They were the elites of the Three Divine Halls elites, much stronger than people like Wu Zun. And now, while they were eating, a domineering person had appeared. How could they not be angry? Seniors, he did not have an invitation token. He barged in. A distance away, a heavily injured guard crawled back and shouted with difficulty. Barged in? The experts were even more enraged. This person was looking down on them and Princess Tian. You? Who are you? Finally, a man in silver armor stood up. His entire being was like a divine beast. His name was Hu Ho, an expert from the Holy Dragon Institute, one of the 36 colleges. He was a sacred knight of the 4 talisman gods and was ranked 442 on the god ranking stairway to heaven. The 36 colleges gathered the strongest warriors of the 9 prefectures and the myriad worlds, but only 500 people were recorded on the god ranking. For him to be ranked 442, it was obvious how strong he was. As for Lin Ling, when he swept his gaze across the crowd, his soul force immediately sensed that these people were very strong. There were even some who had a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. There were even some who had a grade 7 ultimate desolate body. There was a domineering aura about them, as if they were kings and hegemons. They wanted to become the oldest deities. And when this aura rushed out, it caused Lin Ling's fighting spirit to boil. If he wanted revenge, if he wanted to reach the pinnacle of Huanyu, he would have to face these powerhouses. Lin Ling also had the heart of a powerhouse. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He held Yu's hands and strode forward. What? Everyone instantly frowned. An arrogant junior had suddenly appeared, and he didn't even say a word when he saw them. Was this arrogant disdain to speak, or was he too timid to speak? However, on the surface, they all thought that Lin Ling was arrogant and disdainful to say it. Of course, there were also many powerhouses who sneered. This junior was dead meat. As for Lin Ling, he followed the chair and walked forward. At the front of the ruins, there were 8 stone tables. They were clearly different from the other tables. Furthermore, there were only a few stone tables that were empty. Looking at the other tables, even though they were overcrowded, no one sat at those stone tables. It could be seen that those stone tables weren't simple. However, Lin Ling strode forward and stopped at the rightmost stone table. Following that, he sat down. The moment he sat down, it was earth-shattering. All sorts of voices rang out. Everyone's mouth was agape. That was because those 8 stone tables had already been reserved. Only those with great status and strength were qualified to sit there. However, Lin Ling sat down with his wife. He sat down without hesitation. Was this guy crazy? Bang. Finally, someone angrily slammed the table and stood up. His killing intent was surging. That was because Lin Ling had taken the seat of first seat. Wasn't this stepping on them all? That's Lin Ling. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The person who spoke was actually the most important person in the Tongshan Tower, Lord Long. No one had expected him to come as well. Even more unexpected was that he was the one standing among the crowd. Who's Lin Ling? One of the experts shouted in a dignified manner. Lin Ling, the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower, the one who broke the record of the 10 ultimate martial gods, and the first saint to pass the 3 stages of the deity stage. Lord Long frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. In the past, he had lost to Lin Ling, so he worked hard to wash away that humiliation. However, after meeting him today, he realized that the gap between him and Lin Ling had not shortened. Instead, it had widened. In front of these experts, Lord Long could only stand, but Lin Ling dared to sit. This was the gap between them. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the first seat. Lin Ling? That guy from the Snow Wind Academy? The experts in the surroundings frowned at first, but gradually, they remembered. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower. However, this Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think that the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower was the number 1 of the Shenzhen Hall? One had to know that there were 36 academies in the final world, and the number of experts in the Shenzhen Hall was innumerable. There was also a divide between those who were on the god list and those who were not. Although Lin Ling was the number 1 of the Tongshan Tower, it only meant that he was slightly powerful. In terms of strength, he could not compare to the experts on the god list. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not weak. He can already enter the god list. At this time, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. If Lin Ling could see the person who spoke, he would naturally recognize him. This person was Huang Fuyail, the son of the Grand Tutor who had lost to Lin Ling in Emperor Miao's shrine. Huang Fuyail was also an expert on the god list. Naturally, he was qualified to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, he was treated better than Lord Long. At least, he was given a seat. However, although Lord Long seemed to be praising Lin Ling, in reality, he had also made Lin Ling a thorn in his side. Sure enough, the crowd's gaze on Lin Ling became even more malicious. This Lin Ling, did he think that he could be so arrogant just because he had barely entered the god list? More and more people are coming. Wu Feiming, am here. At this time, a man with long silver hair strode in. He was wearing beast skin and bones, and his every movement carried the aura of the netherworld. Wu Feiming. Everyone's eyes flickered. This was a top expert. The newcomer walked slowly and sat down not far away from Lin Ling. So far, out of the 8 chief seats, 4 of them had already been taken. They were Lin Ling, Wu Feiming, an old man, and a man in golden armor. Wu Feiming, the expert of the land of eternal rest of the 9 prefectures 10 banes, I didn't expect you to be here. At this time, the man in golden armor smiled faintly. What? You're not allowed to. The silver-haired man sneered coldly. There's nothing wrong with that. You have the right to do so. Moreover, you also have the key, so I have no right to criticize you. The man in golden armor smiled. Then he looked at the old man beside him and explained, "This is the expert of the Duan family. His name is Duan Feihong, and he is here on behalf of the Duan family." The old man nodded at the man in golden armor. "And I am Wangu Qianji, the number 1 genius of the number 1 family in Miao Prefecture." The man in golden armor introduced himself. Chapter 36:11. Golden Robe. All of a sudden, their gazes landed on Lin Ling, especially Wu Feiming. He was the most unfamiliar with Lin Ling. Wangu Qianji looked at Lin Ling and chuckled. This is? In truth, he already knew of Lin Ling's background. Lin Ling's seat belonged to a member of the Flying Dragon organization. After all, most of the 8 seats were already filled with names. The Flying Dragon organization had already taken up 3 of the seats. Wu Feiming stared at Lin Ling, and his curiosity about Lin Ling grew. Who was this person? How did he have the qualifications to sit in one of the 8 seats? Everyone sneered coldly, and they guessed that Lin Ling didn't know the key to the first seat. It was impossible for him to back down now. "My name is Lin Ling." However, on the stone table, Lin Ling held a wine jug and drank lightly. After that, there was nothing left. Yu and the rest continued eating, ignoring the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling was too disrespectful. The 3 people had already introduced themselves, but Lin Ling only said his name? This? Wu Feiming frowned. Wangu Qianji was also stunned. He never expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. It was one thing for him to look down on others, but he even dared to look down on the 8 seats. Snow Wind Academy's Xunle has arrived. Right at this time, a sharp voice rang out, and a pale-faced man walked in with a large group of assassins. Ningbo Tao has arrived. The voice didn't stop, and another person arrived. This time, he brought a large group of experts with him. When the 2 of them met halfway, they bowed slightly and introduced themselves. Shenlu, an expert from Snow Wind Academy's Shin Sand Hall, an expert on the God-ranking Sky Stairway, a holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, from the Flying Dragon organization, and an 18 kills assassin. Ningbo Tao, from the Heavenly Court, an expert on the God-ranking Sky and Earth ranking, a holy knight of the 5 talisman gods. Everyone went into an uproar when they heard the 2 of them. Expert, this is a true expert. As for Lin Ling, he was still drinking, but his eyes flickered. These 2 people were acquaintances and he didn't expect them to come as well. As for Kagura, there was no need to even mention her. She had just been crushed by Lin Ling during the auction. Of course, at that time, Lin Ling didn't know why Kagura was targeting him. But now, he knew that Kagura was a member of the Flying Dragon organization. As for Ningbo Tao, last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Ningbo Tao and Duan Wuhan had joined hands to seize the divine treasures, but he had interrupted them. It was as if Ningbo Tao had the innate talent of one of the 4 heavenly ears of the universe, the Thunder Heavenly Ears. While Lin Ling was thinking, the 2 of them directly sat down in one of the 8 seats. As a result, 6 out of the 8 seats were taken. Among the 6 people, other than Lin Ling who was still drinking, the others looked at each other and nodded. However, when Ningbo Tao and Kagura saw Lin Ling, their pupils constricted. Ningbo Tao's eyes were filled with anger. Last time, Lin Ling had caused trouble for him. He had been looking for this kid, but he had met him here. As for Kagura, she wasn't angry. She was furious. Not long ago, during the divine weapon competition, Lin Ling had stolen his treasure. Who knew that in such a short time he would meet Lin Ling again? The smell of gunpowder is strong. Yeah, so far, the experts in the 8 seats don't like Lin Ling. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding experts also sensed the atmosphere, and they were all looking forward to it. Kagura was about to stand up, but at this time, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Princess Tian has arrived. Princess Tian was the host of this event. She was the one who had called all the heroes here. Moreover, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen, and her status was higher than many of the people present. Under countless gazes, a gorgeous woman with outstanding appearance walked into the ruins with a large number of experts. Not only was this woman not weak, but her temperament was also not weak. She had the aura of a superior. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at the crowd, there was a sense of contempt. Lin Ling also glanced at her and found that Princess Tian's talent wasn't the strongest, but she was full of treasures. She had a lot of hidden divine weapons. Obviously, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, so naturally, she had a lot of treasures. Looking behind the heavenly princess, there were many experts. However, Lin Ling sensed a familiar aura in the crowd. Longyang. This woman is really powerful. She's everywhere. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lin Ling knew Longyang in the spirit province. Normally, people like Longyang would find it difficult to enter the final world. However, Longyang wasn't much weaker than Lin Ling. He could see her on every important occasion, and she had quietly grown. Now, she was walking together with Princess Tian. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, Princess Tian had already sat down in one of the 8 seats. Her every move had the demeanor of an emperor. We just arrived. Princess Tian, you don't have to be so polite. The others quickly said politely. Even Ningbo Tao didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Princess Tian. After all, offending Miao Shen's true disciple was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. This was because 80% of the weapons in the final world were in the hands of Miao Shen's true disciples. Everyone is too polite. It's fine as long as you didn't wait for too long. Princess Tian suddenly smiled. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the people following her immediately sat down at the stone table. These people were recruited by her. There were young and old people, but their strength was unfathomable. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Duan Feihong, and the others immediately narrowed their eyes. They knew that Princess Tian was a strong opponent in this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I've brought a lot of people with me. For example, this is a senior with a high status. Sensing everyone's reverence, Princess Tian smiled faintly and didn't hide anything. She pointed to a middle-aged man behind her and said, "This is?" Everyone was puzzled. To be introduced so solemnly by Princess Tian, this person should have a strong background. Everyone's gaze also fell on that person. This person was about 40 years old. He was a little thin and weak. He had 2 strands of beard on his face, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was wearing a wide robe embroidered with ancient sacred runes. It looked like a powerful defensive divine weapon. Golden Supreme Robe. Suddenly, Duan Feihong cried out in surprise. Senior Duan is indeed knowledgeable. That's right, he is the Golden Supreme Robe Boundary Deity, Great Master Inu. Princess Tian smiled faintly and introduced him proudly. Boundary Deity? Golden Supreme Robe? Everyone's expression changed greatly. It must be known that being able to become a boundary deity was already an extremely rare existence. However, Miao Shen's true inheritance strived for perfection. Boundary deity was born above boundary deity, and these robes were used to determine the strength of a boundary deity. Among them, the Golden Supreme Robe was an existence that surpassed boundary deity. Such an existence was treated as a VIP even by the Duan family. In the 9 prefectures, there was no one who didn't revere him and spoil him. Because as long as you had enough materials, the Golden Supreme Robe Boundary Deity could forge a real divine weapon for you. Greetings, Senior. Chapter 36:12. Beat him up. In the middle of the feast, everyone bowed and saluted. Senpai, my name is Kagura. I'm a top-notch assassin in the Flying Dragon Organization, and I've been groomed by the Flying Dragon Organization. Kagura was all smiles as she openly flattered Seiji. Not long ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling in the auction. However, if he knew a golden-patterned sovereign, who would dare to humiliate him? Yes. Master Inu nodded lightly. He was already used to this kind of respect. He hadn't sat down at the stone table yet because he felt that it was too shameful to sit down like this. No matter what, he was a golden-marked exalted cloak world spiritist. If he wanted to sit, he would have his own stone table. After that, he placed his hands behind his back and walked past the stone tables. Suddenly, he was attracted by a few beautiful women, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Seeing this, Princess Tian and the others also smiled. World spiritist deities were all eccentric. Some of them were introverted and isolated, some of them were narcissistic. As for Grandmaster Yin Yuzhang, he was a playboy. He was known as a playboy. As for him, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to those beauties. Soon, Master Yin stopped in front of a stone table. He looked at a young man who was drinking and said, "I've taken a liking to these beauties. You can scram now." There was no pleasantries, nor was there any nonsense. There was only one sentence, "You can scram now." Incomparably domineering. However, Elder Yin Yu had the qualifications to do so. Just based on the 4 words Golden Rune, Supreme Rune. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they laughed coldly. The stone table that Master Yin Yu had stopped at was Lin Ling's stone table. Lin Ling was out of luck. Even Ningbo Tao and the others did not dare to provoke Master Yin Yuzhang. Now that he had set his eyes on Lin Ling could only kneel and leave. However, Lin Ling was still drinking the wine. He seemed to have taken a liking to the wine jug he snatched back. However, after drinking a few mouthfuls, he laughed and said, "Try saying it again." Lin Ling's amiable smile, coupled with the wine pot in his hand, made others feel as if he was trying to curry favor with Master Yin Yuzhang. However, Yu and the others knew that Lin Ling was angry, extremely angry. This master seemed to have touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Master Yin Yu frowned and spat out a few words, "Get out, get out, get out." As a supreme with golden runes, how could he be a coward? Lin Ling told him to speak, so why wouldn't he dare to? Moreover, he would say it 3 times in a row. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He suddenly grabbed Master Yin Yu's neck and slammed him onto the stone table. With his other hand, he grabbed the cups and other items on the table and smashed them onto the table. Bang bang bang. The cups were all broken. Woo! Master Yin Yuzhang was slammed onto the table. His limbs were all over the table, and he was almost knocked unconscious. This was because he didn't expect that someone would dare to beat up a supreme with golden runes in public. However, Lin Ling was getting more and more violent. He grabbed the wine jugs around him and used the power of 6,000 worlds to smash Master Yin Yuzhang's head until it was covered in blood. No matter what master you are, if you dare to tease Yu, I'll beat you up first. The banquet was dead silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Even the experts who were drinking wine dropped their wine cups from their hands due to shock. Lin Ling was too fierce. He even dared to hit a supreme with golden runes. Moreover, he was beating him like a dead dog. Man, this is what a real man looks like. On Princess Tian's table, Long Yang couldn't help but snicker. She was very satisfied. Obviously, she had been teased by Master Yin Yuzhang when she was with Princess Tian. Now that she saw Lin Ling smashing his head, how could she not be happy? Suddenly, she felt that Lin Ling was very cute. If he didn't like you, let alone a master, even if you were a god, he would still beat you up. However, Princess Tian's face turned ugly. That young man dared to beat her people, and beat them so ruthlessly. Seeing this, Kagura understood and immediately shouted angrily, Lin, stop right there. Stop. After saying that, a jade mask floated towards Lin Ling. This mask had 2 faces. One was smiling and the other was crying. It made people's hair stand on end. Kagura made her move. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. Like Wu Song hitting a tiger, he continued to punch Master Yin Yu's head, causing him to scream in pain. Clang. At this moment, a sword slashed towards him. With one slash, the jade mask was split into 2. Moreover, a proud little girl appeared in midair. This little girl was Zhao Hua. You lowly slave, do you dare to go against me? Bang. The person who attacked was Yu. She had used the sword of devouring heaven's fortune. After the jade mask was slashed open, a figure appeared. It was Kagura. However, he looked at Yu in shock. Lin Ling's woman was also so strong? One must know that he was an expert on the divine list. In his opinion, even Lin Ling might not be able to block his attack, let alone Yu. However, Yu broke his attack with one slash. Kagura couldn't help but feel jealous. Why was such a beautiful woman with such strength Lin Ling's wife? Get lost. Bang. At this time, Lin Ling finally got tired of beating Master Yin Yuzhang and threw him out like trash. Bang, bang, bang. Master Yin Yuzhang rolled like a gourd, smashing a lot of tables before he finally stopped his crazy speed. Master Yin Yuzhang's face was covered in blood, his long hair was messy, and his proud mustache was pulled out by Lin Ling. He was in a very sorry state. You're courting death. Yes. Master Yin Yuzhang stood up immediately. Since he became a barrier master, he had never been humiliated like this before. When people saw him, they couldn't even wait to be respectful, let alone beat him up. Haven't you been beaten up enough? Yes. Lin Ling had already sat back down and was calmly sipping his wine. He had beaten many barrier masters in his previous life. In this life, Lin Ling had beaten many of them. Master Yin Yuzhang was not the first, nor would he be the last. Go to hell. Yes. Master Yin Yuzhang was so angry that he rushed towards Lin Ling again. He was so angry that he forgot to use his divine weapon. You're courting death. Bang! Lin Ling put away his wine pot. Before Master Yin Yuzhang could reach him, he rushed out, grabbed Master Yin Yuzhang's neck, and smashed him to the ground. This time, he was even more ruthless. Master Yin Yuzhang's teeth were all broken, and his nose was broken. Cracks also appeared on the ground, and the ancient walls of the ruins in the distance collapsed with a rumble. Many people subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so ruthless. After Lin Ling smashed Master Yin Yuzhang, he went back to drinking again. Master Yin Yuzhang struggled to get up. He finally realized the gap between him and Lin Ling. He roared, "Who can teach him a lesson? Chase him away from the stone table, and I will forge a divine weapon for him." Bang! He didn't forget his identity. He was a barrier master, not a powerful martial artist. So he didn't believe that he, a godlike barrier master, couldn't sit on a stone table. Today he was going all out. He had to sit down at that stone table in front of everyone. A divine weapon. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. In fact, since they could enter the divine list, they more or less had a divine weapon. Chapter 36:13. This position belongs to you. Besides, I owe him a favor. Master Inu wiped the blood off his face and roared again. Very good pay. A divine artifact, a favor, it's worth it. Just drive him away from the stone table? It's very simple. Many people trembled and looked at Lin Ling maliciously. Princess Tin had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but she sat back down. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. After all, even she was extremely respectful to Master Lin Ling, but Lin Ling dared to beat him up. He was too bold. Sure enough, when there is a great reward, there will always be brave men. Someone was about to make a move. Even Kagura had prepared a powerful realm essence, preparing to attack. He was so excited that he wanted to die, because he had finally waited for this opportunity. However, just as he was about to move, the person beside him was even faster. It was Ningbo Tao. Bastard! Kagura couldn't help but curse angrily. This Ningbo Tao was far too cunning. He actually made the first move. Swoosh! A figure leaped past Kagura, bringing with it the sound of a tidal wave. The sound became louder and louder, and finally, the entire ruins began to tremble. Some weaker martial artists even vomited blood and fainted on the ground. I've long heard that Ningbo Tao is a double elemental innate talent. One of them is one of the 6 great heavenly ears of Huanyu, but the other one is even more terrifying. Currently, no one knows what level or what kind of innate talent it is, but we only know that it has something to do with sound waves. Kagura instantly furrowed her eyebrows. Ningbo Tao's ranking on the divine list was higher than his. It seemed that Ningbo Tao's reputation was not undeserved. Ah, my ears! What a terrifying sound wave! Save me! Save me! Idiot, if you're not strong enough, then leave the ruins. This is not a place where you can stay. Even the experts outside the feast were affected. Upon closer inspection, there were all sorts of strange sounds. There were tiger roars, tsunamis, and even the cries of children. With all these voices combined together, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. Linling, let's see how you're going to stop me. Let me tell you, my heavenly thunder ear can hear everything in the myriad worlds, and my other innate skill can collect all the sounds in the myriad worlds. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, these sounds have already reached a terrifying level. In the terrible voice, Ningbo Tao shouted proudly, "Get off the stone table." He walked up to the stone table and reached out with his hand. If one looked closely, they would see that his hand was like a palm leaf fan, but also like a trumpet. All of the sound was coming from his hand. With a slap of his palm, everything except the stone table was turned into dust. Everyone immediately looked at Linling and found that Linling was holding an exquisite wine pot and was still drinking. Not only was this guy arrogant, even his courage was extraordinary. Clang. At the critical moment, a sword suddenly appeared, bringing with it a vigorous force as it collided with Ningbo Tao's palm. Scram! Ningbo Tao snorted disdainfully and wanted to slap this person to death. Rumble! However, when the sword and palm collided, something that shocked Ningbo Tao happened. His full-strength attack had been blocked. One had to know that the talent he had at that moment had far exceeded a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. There were not many people present who could block him. Many people also saw this scene. Most importantly, they realized that the person who blocked Ningbo Tao was a delicate beauty. And this beauty was not famous. Everyone only knew that she was the woman beside Linling. However, even the woman beside him was so powerful. What are you doing? You can't even defeat a woman? Coward! Master Inu was fuming with anger. His eyes were filled with jealousy. That beautiful little beauty had saved the youth, and she was so strong. It was too unfair. Such a strong and beautiful beauty should belong to him. Your talent is very average. Your cultivation realm is also average. The reason why you can clash with me is because of the sword in your hand. Ningbo Tao stared at the person in front of him with an ugly expression. He had been blocked, and it was by a woman. He looked at Linling again and realized that Linling was still sitting with his legs crossed as he drank his wine in a carefree manner. At that instant, he was about to explode from anger. Without this sword, you are nothing. Ningbo Tao roared angrily. He knew that if he did not deal with this beauty, he would not be able to approach Linling. Maybe. The woman who had attacked was Yuyu. Her hair was fluttering as her body emitted a colorful glow. She looked extremely holy. Many people were attracted by her beauty. She was really beautiful, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, such a beauty belonged to Linling. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ningbo Tao's palm changed. It was resplendent with golden light as it transformed into 2 gigantic golden ni. The golden ni was as big as a stone table, and it emitted endless sound waves. Everyone's expression changed. Was this Ningbo Tao's second talent? When the golden ni appeared, the entire Blackstone Empire was in turmoil. Endless sound waves exploded everyone's eardrums. Even the ancestral power could not stop the sound waves from pouring in. Clang. However, Yuyu did not retreat. Above her, a cute little girl appeared. It was the sky-devouring beast. How dare you bully my master, you lowly slave? You must be tired of living. The sky-devouring beast's voice sounded immature, but it carried a domineering aura. The sword in Yuyu's hand became colorful as it slashed down. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it carried a terrifying power. It froze the golden eye that was about to merge. What? Damn. Fuck, this beauty is the strongest. Wow. Everyone was dumbfounded. They finally understood why Linling was so fearless. Linling was not strong, but the beauty beside him was. Master Inu was even more jealous. This was a divine weapon of a lesser god. This beauty was too suitable to be his maid. He must have her. You. At this moment, Ningbo Tao was no less shocked than the others. Moreover, an indescribable humiliation rose in his heart, because he thought that Linling would be humiliated by him after he attacked. However, Linling did not move at all. He was just drinking lazily, and the girl beside Lin Ling blocked his attack. Wasn't this saying that Ningbo Tao was not even comparable to his woman? What right did he have to fight with him? Ningbo Tao suddenly remembered that last time in the Starry Forest, Lin Ling relied on the 9 prefectures' 10 devils and the 9th god's eye to be arrogant. Now, the 9 prefectures' 10 devils were not there, but a beauty came out and blocked him. At this moment, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and drank lightly. He suddenly said, "You want my seat?" "Nonsense. Nonsense, I'm taking your position." "Stop." Ningbo Tao did not want to be outdone and said coldly. He was riding a tiger and could not get off. After all, he had boasted. If he did not humiliate Lin Ling, he would have no face left. "Fine, this table is yours." "Stop." However, Lin Ling stood up and left the stone table. Everyone was shocked. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even dared to hit Master Inu. Now, he gave his seat to Ningbo Tao? Chapter 36:14. You don't know who I am? You, come over here. Yes. However, Lin Ling had already spoken. He used his words to prove that he had indeed given up one of the 8 seats. Yu frowned slightly, as if she did not understand Lin Ling's actions. However, she still obediently followed Lin Ling. That powerful beauty has left. This doesn't seem to be a joke. Yes. Many people also began to believe it. Look, he even threw down the wine jug. This is definitely true. I thought this Lin Ling was very powerful. In the end, he was still afraid of Senior Ning. Yes. Coward, a complete coward. Yes. All kinds of voices rang out. However, Ningbo Tao was still in his dream. Lin Ling was afraid of him? He instantly felt proud and complacent. He strode towards Lin Ling's stone table. He looked as if he was elated. Master Inu, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. He even said proudly. Because to be able to drive Lin Ling away and give Lin Ling a fatal humiliation, no one could do this. Only Ningbo Tao, and he was the first. After sitting down at Lin Ling's stone table, Ningbo Tao looked at the wine jug left behind by Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Trash, coward, coward. You even forgot to take the wine jug. How scared are you of me? Yes. He could not help but pick up Lin Ling's wine jug and drink it in big gulps. It was as if the wine jug was his trophy. Seeing this, even more cheers could be heard from all around. Brother Ling, this is... Yes. Yu followed Lin Ling. However, Yu was extremely puzzled. Because with her strength, she was confident that she could defeat Ningbo Tao. Xian Yuange and Xiao Ning were also the same. Their faces were full of suspicion. Especially when they heard the mocking laughter and saw Ningbo Tao's proud face, they felt extremely uncomfortable. There's a good show to watch. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he saw their frowns. A good show? Yu and the others were even more confused. Just now, when I was drinking, I suddenly discovered that the wine jug moved. It seemed like someone was investigating it. Later on, I found out that someone had followed the spirit formation imprint on the wine jug and came here. Lin Ling explained, and this wine jug was snatched from the hands of the Flying Dragon organization, and the young man holding the wine jug once said that this wine jug seemed to belong to some assassin emperor. Is the king of assassins coming? Yu and the others' eyes lit up. To those who love wine, this wine jug can be said to be a great treasure. Furthermore, when has the Flying Dragon organization ever been robbed? Therefore, the killer emperor must be furious right now. Not only does he want to take back the wine jug, he also wants to teach the person who stole his wine jug a lesson. Lin Ling said again, Brother Ling, do you mean that Ningbo Tao is going to take the blame for you? Yu couldn't help but look at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao was proudly drinking wine and enjoying everyone's worship. Moreover, after seeing Yu's gaze, he raised his wine cup even more gracefully. This posture was extremely suave. This elegance attracted tens of millions of women to death. Ningbo Tao clearly also thought that Yu was attracted by his elegance. Brother Ling, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Yu couldn't help but laugh. After following Lin Ling for so long, The originally pure her had also been led astray quite a bit. And Xian Yuange was even secretly giggling. She was originally a little witch, so this kind of thing was naturally happy to hear and see. However, Yu also said somewhat worriedly, "Brother Ling, there are many enemies here, and we're not in the final world. If they join forces, we can't stop them." She knew that many people wanted Lin Ling to die, but Lin Ling had always been in the final world, so everyone was helpless. However, this was the east border. "It's fine, I have the key in my hand. If you provoke me, we'll just break up." However, Lin Ling didn't mind and smiled. Since he dared to come, he naturally had something to rely on. "Who stole our Flying Dragon organization's seat? Who stole my wine jug?" At this moment, a violent shout suddenly came, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. A handsome old man wearing a blue robe with long hair wildly fluttering in the wind shot out from the whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. While flying, the entire Blackstone Empire actually shook. Very strong. Everyone felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe. This was probably a demigod powerhouse. "Sir, the wine jug is here. He stole it, and he even threatened that the Flying Dragon organization is a group of pigs." At the same time, a large number of people rushed in. One of the young men pointed forward and said, "He was the young man whose wine jug was stolen by Lin Ling, and coincidentally, he was also Kagura's younger brother, Kamikan." Pigs? The old man in the sky looked as if he was about to explode. His aura was like that of a Generation Sword demon, and even more like that of a killing demon. After stealing his wine jug, he still dared to call them pigs? It had been a long time since someone dared to make such a joke. He instantly reached the ground, then pounced on Lin Ling's stone table, and suddenly grabbed at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao still had a smug smile on his face because Lin Ling was afraid of him. He was even more afraid that he didn't even want his precious wine jug. While he was feeling proud, he never expected that the old man would suddenly attack him. He was at a loss and even a little confused. Unstoppable! The old man grabbed Ningbo Tao and smashed him into the ground. Rumble! This smash was earth-shattering. Ningbo Tao's teeth were all shattered. "You stole my wine jug!" The old man shouted angrily and smashed again. Rumble! It was as if the mountains and seas were flowing backward. Ningbo Tao's nose was broken. "You still dare to call me a pig? You must have had a good time, right? Do you regret it now? Do you regret it?" The third smash shook the earth. Ningbo Tao's head was bleeding. Moreover, the old man was venting his anger and continued to smash him. "How dare you steal my wine jug? How dare you, how dare you, how dare you?" With every smash, the people's hearts rumbled. As for Ningbo Tao, he was almost smashed to death. He felt wronged. "Senior, why did you attack me?" He also sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely powerful. However, what made him depressed was that it seemed to be his first time meeting this senior. "You still dare to play dumb?" When the old man heard that, he became even more furious. "Play dumb, play dumb, play dumb." He seemed to be holding Ningbo Tao like a puppet, and smashed him even harder. Ningbo Tao immediately vomited blood. He felt dizzy, but he was still very confused. He only knew that this was an unexpected disaster. "Sir, it doesn't seem to be him." At this moment, Xinjian's voice suddenly came. The old man frowned and finally stopped his crazy actions. As if he was holding a kitten, he lifted Ningbo Tao up. Xinjian looked at Ningbo Tao from head to toe and frowned. "Although he's been smashed beyond recognition, I can still see that it's not him." The old man frowned even more and said coldly to Ningbo Tao, "Who are you?" Ningbo Tao vomited a mouthful of blood. "After smashing him for so long, you still don't know who I am? Kid, if it's not you, why are you holding my wine jug?" Chapter 36:15. There was no limit to his arrogance. Ningbo Tao stared blankly at the wine jug. Everyone also looked at the wine jug. This wine pot seemed to have been used by Lin Ling before, and then he gave it to Ningbo Tao. Could it be? Many people instantly had their guesses, and their pupils trembled violently. As for Ningbo Tao, he had been wondering why such a powerful expert would want to attack him. However, after looking at the flagon, he instantly understood. Fuck, I've been tricked. This wine jug was definitely snatched by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that an expert was coming, so he gave the wine jug to him. And he had taken a beating for Lin Ling for nothing. He felt that with the reputation of the son of the devil Lin Ling, how could he be a coward? Lin Ling, you dare to harm me? I'm going to kill you. Thinking of this, Ningbo Tao roared to the sky. He knew that if this matter were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the final world. In fact, there were already many people who were secretly laughing at him. Before this, Senior Ning was like an ever-victorious general. He was drinking so casually. That's right. At that time, I thought he was the first one to eat crabs. You've greatly humiliated Lin Ling. So I was played. Speaking of which, Senior Ning was beaten quite miserably. Although the whispers were soft, how could they escape Ningbo Tao's ears? He wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. It's him. At this moment, Kamikin finally saw Lin Ling. Little brother, did he steal your things? The pale-faced man, Kagura, also immediately looked at Lin Ling and flew into a rage. It was one thing for this Lin Ling to humiliate him, but he didn't even let his younger brother off. This brat is too ruthless. He must be taught a deadly lesson. Otherwise, he will become lawless and arrogant. Master Inu also let out an angry roar. His face was still covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. People like Lord Long, Huang Fuyao, and the others were secretly shocked by the commotion Lin Ling had caused, but at the same time, they were gloating. Lin Ling had beaten and toyed with the crowd. It was indeed satisfying, but what came next was the fury of the crowd. And Lin Ling only had a few people. How could he stop everyone? Why are you all so agitated? Lin Ling sat down at another table and said faintly, Ningbo Tao, wipe the blood off your nose before you talk to me. Grandmaster Inu, why don't you comb your hair? No matter what, you're wearing a golden patterned exalted gown. Are you trying to smear the name of world spiritists? And that young man over there, all I did was snatch your jug of wine. Why are you so agitated? His voice continued to float out, angering the crowd once again. A nosebleed? Ningbo Tao was even angrier. Wasn't this nosebleed all because of Lin Ling? Little friend, you've got guts. You snatched my wine jug and even dared to play tricks on me. Do you believe that I won't kill you immediately? The Emperor of Assassins said coldly. Your Excellency, you should know that you'll face serious consequences for causing trouble at my heroes' assembly. Princess Tian, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The crowd finally revealed their fangs at this moment. Seeing this, Kagura, Ningbo Tao, and the others' anger finally subsided. That was because they could see Lin Ling dying before their eyes. I have to admit that the son of demon, Lin Ling, is indeed powerful. When he was still weak, he dared to challenge the experts of the final world. Now that he has entered the final world, he even dares to challenge the ancient experts. He has not died yet. In the hearts of the major forces, the son of demon is like a miracle, an undefeatable legend. But now, the legend is going to be defeated. Kagura and Ningbo Tao spoke at the same time. They started to get excited. That was because the crowd was obviously furious. Lin Ling could not escape even if he had wings. Go to hell. The Emperor of Assassins directly attacked. A sword flew out from his back. He held it in his hand and threw it at Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling block the attack of a half-step to martial god realm expert? At this moment, many people's lips curled into a smile. Some people who knew Lin Ling's background took out spiritual talismans and wanted to record the scene. They knew that when the spiritual talismans that recorded the scene were spread, apart from the final world, Jiuzhou would be in an uproar. That was because this was the scene before the death of the famous son of demon, Lin Ling. The Emperor of Assassins' sword was very fast. His murderous aura was gushing out. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was as slow as usual. Didn't he tell you that not only did I steal your flagon, but I also stole his monster? Yes. So what? The Emperor of Assassins' cold voice drifted out from the void. It's nothing. The monster had a key. The key was dazzling with golden light. It was very beautiful. I don't know what material it was made of. I don't know how hard it is. Could it be broken by my grip? Lin Ling said slowly. Ha, idiot. Hearing his words, many people laughed even louder. Lin Ling was about to die, yet he was still talking about a key. Was he here to be funny? Only Princess Tian frowned. The Duan family's Duan Feihong's expression changed. Xin Jian suddenly thought of something and shouted, Sir, you can't kill him. The last key is in his hands. Boom. His voice was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. Everyone knew that there were 8 keys to open the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, no one knew that the last key was in Lin Ling's hands. At the same time, Lin Ling held the wine cup in one hand and tossed the key in the other. After tossing it a few times, he finally held it in his hand. He was calm and relaxed. He was like an emperor who smiled at the mountains and rivers. He was like a god who controlled the universe. Everyone stared at the key, their hearts beating violently. Especially when they saw Lin Ling's hand that was holding the key. After slightly exerting force, a voice almost subconsciously sounded. No! It was Princess Tian's voice. At the same time, the Emperor of Assassins' sword arrived. It was only a centimeter away from Lin Ling's neck, but it stopped abruptly because the Emperor of Assassins also knew what Lin Ling was holding in his hand. Kill him. Why don't you kill him? On the contrary, Lin Ling drank calmly and didn't even look at the Emperor of Assassins. He was calm and relaxed. The Emperor of Assassins narrowed his eyes. How would he dare to kill? He didn't dare to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Coward! Lin Ling suddenly roared and reprimanded the Emperor of Assassins. The Emperor of Assassins was an expert with 20 kills. He was the #1 expert in the Flying Dragon organization under the God of Assassins. Who would dare to reprimand him? However, Lin Ling dared and reprimanded him in front of everyone. You scolded me. The Emperor of Assassins' long hair fluttered in the wind. He was obviously angry. However, after his hair fluttered, it revealed a handsome face. No one expected the Emperor of Assassins to be so handsome. Even though he was old and had experienced the vicissitudes of life, his temperament was still extraordinary. He was very manly. Trash. Lin Ling also stood up and looked directly into the Emperor of Assassins' eyes. Trash. Lin Ling even took a step forward. Crazy. Crazy beyond imagination.